I hereby call the Wheat Ridge Planning Commission of March 17, 2011 to order and ask for a roll call of the members.
Ann Brinkman.
Present.
Alan Bucknam.
Present.
Mark Dietrich.
Present.
Dick Matthews.
Here.
Scott Ohm.
Here.
George Pond.
Present.
Steve Timms.
Here.
The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and welcome everyone. I would accept a motion to approve the order of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the order of the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please poll the commission.
Okay, and the motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes. Second.
Been moved and seconded. Please poll the commission.
Okay, and that motion passes with Commissioners Timms and Brinkman abstaining.
Now is the time for the public forum, and that's for any members of the public to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. Is there anyone here that is not to speak on the Cabela's project tonight? Because this would be your time to come forward and speak to the Planning Commission. Come forward and state your name for the record. Up there.
I'm concerned about the legal sufficiency of talking about the Cabela site when the Cabela site is not part of...
Excuse me, but if you want to testify on the Cabela site,
No, yes.
you have to during the public hearing for the Cabela site. This is the time for discussion of things that are not on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
You still have the issue.
Right.
Up. I'm not sure if they were on the right roster, so you might ask them.
Don Klassen? Oh, you were here to actually speak on the Cabela's project, though, right? Yes. Anna Marianne Ortiz? You here to speak on Cabela's also? Okay. Well, I guess if that's what we're all here to talk about, we better... and I need to disclose before we open the public hearing that I own a minor amount of stock in Cabela's. With discussion with Ken Johnstone, it is probably does not affect my ability to hear this case, but at least that should be disclosed. I hereby call to order the public hearing on case number WZ 11-01, an application filed by Cabela's Retail, Inc., Coors Brewing Company, and Jefferson County for approval of a PCD zoning for property located at 4105 Youngfield Service Road, and approval of a concept outlining development plan on property zoned planned commercial development, PCD, and located at 4000 Cabela Drive and 4105 Youngfield Service Road.
And before I get started, I know the lights are a little bright for the television. Hopefully the audience can see the PowerPoint. I'm not sure if Jesse is back there. Oh, there he is. Okay. Thank you, Jesse. For the record, Meredith Record, Wheat Ridge Community Development Department. Joining me this evening at the staff table, we've got Ken Johnstone, who is the Community Development Director, Tim Peranto, the Public Works Director, and Gerald Dahl, the City Attorney. And before I begin the presentation, I do have some handouts, which are letters in support. They appear to be primarily from the business community surrounding in the area of the project. So this is case number WZ 11-01. The applicants are Cabela's Coors in Jefferson County for approval of planned commercial development zoning and a concept outline development plan. Approximate locations are 4000 Cabela Drive and 4105 Youngfield Service Road. I'd like to enter into the record the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, case file and packet materials, and the contents of this digital presentation. The property is within the city of Wheat Ridge, and all posting and notification requirements have been met. Therefore, there is jurisdiction for the commission to hear this case. I would point out that this application came in twofold. There was an accompanying application in addition to the concept outline development plan for a specific development plan for various pieces within the development. However, because some of the submittal requirements were not met, staff is recommending continuance of that piece of that, and you do have a motion to that effect in your packet. So again, this is approval of a zoning and a concept outline development plan, planned commercial development for 210 acres at roughly 4105 Youngfield Service Road and 4000 Cabela Drive. What you're looking at here is an exhibit of the property. The red line surrounding it is the extent of the outline development plan. It does include several parcels with multiple ownership, and that's what this exhibit is to represent. The blue pieces, excuse me, there's the cursor. The blue pieces at this location and this location are owned by Coors. This sort of ochre taupey color is owned by Cabela's, and then this pinky purpley piece is the ownership of Jefferson County. The county-owned parcel is about 32 acres in size and is under contract for purchase by Cabela's in Longs Peak Metro District. It previously contained the Table Mountain Animal Shelter, which was recently demolished and is zoned PD and A1. I would note that a good portion of this, you can see that Clear Creek travels through that, is encumbered with 100-year floodplain. The county parcel is for consideration of annexation into the city of Wheat Ridge with the city council public hearing set for April 25th. And I would note that we are have scheduled also this case and then the accompanying specific outline development plan that evening as well. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on the history of the property. We've actually been working on this since about 2005. And I'll go into that in a minute. So you saw the county ownership at this location. The remaining of this property, which is hatched in the red and outlined in red, is currently located in the city of Wheat Ridge. It's about 174 acres in size and is zoned PCD. It's currently vacant except for the very southwest corner of the property, which has the Coors water storage facility located on it. The red hatched area was annexed into the city in 2005, and there was an ODP approved for the 174 acres, and then there was a subsequent FTP approved for the Cabela site, and then the Coors Pond. The 2006 approval of the Cabela's was for construction of about a 180,000 square foot retail store. And I would also note that there have been some cut and fill activities with the appropriate special use permits issued for those improvements as well. Since about 2006, there have been many of the infrastructure improvements completed that were originally identified in the environmental assessment with that original application, and those include the widening and improvement of Youngfield Street, construction of West 40th Avenue underpass under I-70 from Youngfield, a relocation of a portion of the Greenbelt Trail along Clear Creek, and also improvements funded by CDOT, including construction of interchange movements between Highway 58 and I-70. So again, this is the property outlined in red. It is located at the convergence of Highway 58, which is located to the north, and I-70, which runs down the eastern perimeter. 32nd Avenue is down here. Directly south of it is along 32nd Avenue. The portion in Wheat Ridge is zoned PCD and contains a hotel, restaurants, and a gas station. The property across I-70 in Wheat Ridge contains a regional shopping center, the Applewood Village Center, which has various retail and service and restaurant uses. Also, some planned commercial development, office warehouse types of uses further to the north. Directly north of the site across I-70 is the 44th Avenue Industrial Park, which also allows some of those C1 uses, but also some light manufacturing and assembly types of industrial uses. I would also point out that there's open space in the Applewood Golf Course to the west, and then, of course, excuse me, a low-density residential development located in Jefferson County to this kind of the south-southwest. So let's take some look at some slides of the property. So here, I was standing, I was at the end of the south frontage road of Highway 58, looking east. You can see some of the interchange improvements completed over in this location. This is actually the Coors ownership, which is north of the creek. Okay, from the same vantage point, I'm looking southeast. And this is a pretty big site and gated off, so it was a little hard to get good pictures of all of it, but I did my best. Okay, now I'm standing on the east side of Youngfield, looking at the 40th Avenue underpass. This is Youngfield right here, and obviously I-70 up there, and the 40th Avenue that extends under it. Those improvements were completed in 2008. Now I'm on the county property, and I'm looking north at the existing trail to the Greenbelt and the county property. Again, you can see some of those interchange improvements that were completed within the last few years. This asphalt area over on the left is actually part of the, I believe, well, it's part of the frontage road, but also some of the parking lot improvements for the old animal shelter. This is the remnant of the animal shelter, which was taken down very recently within the last couple of weeks, and then looking southwest. Okay, again, looking southwest, you can see some of the road improvements for access into it. As I mentioned, there were some extensive grade and fill activities, and obviously they needed good access, so that's what that is. Looking south, this is the Youngfield Service Road. This building in the background is the La Quinta Hotel off 32nd. Looking southwest again, you can see there are some of those homes that abut the property between the Coors Lake and the subject site. Looking west. Looking north towards 40th. I'm on the service road. This is 40th Avenue right here. The underpass is over at this location. And now I'm standing on Youngfield Service Road as it comes off 32nd Avenue, looking at where the Cabela Drive will intersect and extend north. This building over to the right is the La Quinta. And then finally looking south towards 32nd Avenue, which is one of the entrances into access for the site. I'd like to talk a little bit next about some of the guiding documents that the City of Wheat Ridge has adopted that we use when we're doing an analysis of land use applications. The first one is the 3-mile plan. The 3-mile plan is intended to show, it's actually an addendum to the city's comprehensive plan, and it's intended to show areas that are potential for annexation or perhaps the development of which might impact the city. Let me help orient you again. I-70 is over here, and we've got Highway 58 at this location. This piece right here is the county piece that is being considered for annexation. The 3-mile plan, which was adopted, I want to say, in the early 2000s, and updated most recently in November of last year, designates the county property as open space on the north, which is the green, and then the southern portion is shown as regional commercial. This is a copy of the structure plan, which is from Envision Wheat Ridge, which is the city's comprehensive plan, which was adopted in October of 2009. Again, if you're not used to looking at that, there's kind of a lot going on. 32nd Avenue is down at this location, north is to the top. This is basically the I-70 corridor. This is the existing Cabela's ownership, the existing Coors ownership, and then the county parcel. Envision Wheat Ridge is showing open space on the northern 1/3 which is the county piece, and commercial on the southern two-thirds. The area is also designated as mixed-use commercial and a regional commercial center. The comp plan actually addresses this site and indicates that the center will feature several anchor stores and other complementary retail tenants, in addition to secondary uses such as employment, restaurants, and hotel. And in addition to the structure map, which is sort of the land use component of the comprehensive plan, there are other goals in the comprehensive plan that this application is meeting, and those would pertain to economic development and land use, community services, and building a sustainable future for the city. The third document, I didn't spend a lot of time on this in the staff report, but it is a copy of the I-70 Kipling Corridors Urban Renewal Plan, which was adopted in August of 2009. Again, this red area right here is shown as Youngfield. This is primarily the Cabela's site right here. This pinky color is designating the northern portion as a regional commercial employment along a commercial corridor. So those are just some of the documents we use when we evaluate a land use application. Now, going on into the ODP document itself, as you're aware, our plan development process is 2 steps. The first step is actually approval of the zoning and establishing of the allowed uses and development standards. That's considered the concept outline development plan. When we start looking at a more refined type of site plan with architectural elements and specific layout of certain lots, that's the specific development plan. Tonight we're reviewing the concept development plan. This is the first page of that. Again, it is the applicants are requesting the concept ODP to redefine their development intent, and then also to incorporate the Jefferson County parcel. Again, it will be the zoning document for the entire 210 acres, and again, establish allowed uses, development standards, and so on. There is also what's called a design pattern book, which is an accompanying and complementary document to the ODP, which further addresses design elements such as signage, architecture materials, public streetscape amenities, and we'll get into that in a little bit. This is the first page of the ODP. It is what I would consider the declaratory page. It's got legal descriptions and a vicinity map, and also all the certifications on it for the city officials in the county to record. Getting on into the second page is where we start to see the nuts and bolts of the ODP. Page 2 of the document establishes allowed uses, densities, and development standards. And if you look at it, the allowed uses is up in this matrix chart up at the top left-hand corner. And what it does is it specifies allowed uses for each of the different development areas on the property. The majority of the uses have been taken from the C1 zone district. However, we eliminated some of those which we considered undesirable, such as adult-oriented businesses, auto sales, construction, heavy equipment sales, and mini warehouses. Drive-through uses, I would note, are permitted in the development, but have specific design criteria that need to be met before they can be approved. Uses north of Clear Creek, which is generally the Coors parcels, are a little bit more industrial in nature. They still allow all the C1 uses that the rest of the development does, but also some light manufacturing and office warehousing. The second piece of the table deals with, below that, deals with some of the development standards. Landscaping is proposed on the ODP document to have a coverage of 15% per development site, with an overall landscape coverage of 20%. Now, this is a slight reduction from the prior ODP, which required 20% per lot coverage. However, I'd point out that the developer will also be preserving the 27 acres along the Clear Creek Trail to kind of compensate with this dedicated open space that will be maintained and protected. The other elements of the landscape plan have been met by this. That would include requirements for street tree installation, parking lot island landscaping, and also additional trees and shrubs based on the lot size. Parking on the development is generally 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet of retail and service uses, 6 spaces per 1,000 for restaurant uses. There are also accommodations made for bicycle parking based on the size of the building. For the smaller buildings, there is it's a 5% requirement, whereas 2% for the larger structures, and also the ability for some shared parking. Buildable area is, instead of using maximum building square footages, building sizes are determined using floor area ratios, and they vary, and for those of you who don't know what those are, they're basically a ratio that sets up so much building area based on the lot size. In this proposal, the FARs vary from 0.08 on Lot 7, which is very minimal building, to 0.5 on Lot 4. The specified FARs have been addressed in the traffic impact analysis, with the conclusion that the proposed infrastructure improvements and surrounding roadways can handle the proposed building square footages. I would point out that we are still reviewing some of those numbers in the traffic analysis under review by Public Works. Building height has not changed from the original Cabela's approval. Lots 1, 5, 7, 8, and 9, which are the lots north of the creek and what are considered the anchor tenant lots, are allowed to go up to 50 feet, which is standard for most of our commercial zone districts. 35 feet is the limitation for the southern portion, which includes the inline shops, the out parcels, and kind of that village area. I would note that there is the allowance for non-habitable architectural features to extend 15% higher as long, and again, it's a feature only, can't be habitable space. Parcel 4, which is the southern piece, is tied to a specific elevation point for protection of the low residential development to the south and southwest. So this is the third page of the ODP. And let's see, to help orient, again, 32nd Avenue is over on the right side with north to the left side, with Highway 58 up at this location. There are various access points into the development. One of the main entrances will be from Cabela Drive, which connects to Youngfield Service Road going north from 32nd Avenue. And it extends through the development all the way up to the northwest corner at Highway 58. A second point of access will be from the new hook ramps, which are located in this area right here. And this will allow westbound traffic to access Cabela Drive by exiting the freeway and conversely to get back on after they're done visiting the store. The third access point is from 40th Avenue from Youngfield, which is over on the other side of the freeway, under I-70 to 40th. It does continue between lots 1 and 2 and connects with Cabela Drive. There will be an additional public street at this location, which is to provide access to that village portion. And it will be a dedicated public street with parking on both sides. There are also a variety of pedestrian ways that are being installed with the improvements. That would include a 10-foot wide trail extending from 32nd Avenue along the west side of Cabela Drive up to the Clear Creek Greenbelt, and another connection along the old, let's see, find my cursor. So along the west side of Cabela Drive, also it will break off and extend over to the east and continue north along the current alignment. There are detached sidewalks with at least 6 feet of width on both sides of all the dedicated public streets, and enhanced pedestrian crossings at the signalized intersections. The second piece of the ODP, which I mentioned previously, is the design pattern book. It is intended to supplement and address refinement so that staff can take the document and apply the standards for administrative review. And as I mentioned previously, it includes things like signage, site lighting, public streetscape amenities, and architecture, including primary and secondary materials, transparency and facade articulation. I'm not going to go into the details of this because I want the applicant to have something to talk about. So I'll leave that to them, but we believe that there is adequate protection for us as we're doing the implementation at the administrative level. Agency referrals. We sent a variety of referrals out. All agencies commented back that they can serve the property. Jefferson County and CDOT had no comments at this time. Prospect Park and Rec District did review. West Metro, as well as Fairmont Fire, can serve with upgrades, of course, installed at the expense of the developer in the Metro District. Applewood Sanitation can serve with upgrades. They do have to apply for inclusion in the district. North Table Mountain Water and Sand can also serve with upgrades installed. Consolidated Mutual as well, and also Xcel Energy. Public Works has reviewed and approved a master drainage report. They've also reviewed a traffic study and are requesting some additional information. The Wheat Ridge Open Space and Forestry Department has commented regarding plant materials in the pattern book. That was also made a condition of approval. I believe it's the first one in the recommended motion. Wheat Ridge Police Department is reviewing to determine impacts on resources and personnel. And finally, Renewal Wheat Ridge has concluded that there is consistency with the goals specified in the Urban Renewal Area Plan. There was a neighborhood meeting. It was held on February 25th, 2010. It was in an open house format here in the council chambers at the municipal building. We had about 35 participants, and included in your packet were sign-up sheets from that and written comments that were made at that meeting. As the commission is aware, anytime we have a zone change application, we are obligated to do an evaluation based on the criteria listed in Chapter 26, Section 112, which is the private rezoning section in the Zoning and Development Code. And I'm not going to go into all the detail that I did in the staff report, but having taken a look at those criteria, we've gone ahead and made the following conclusions. First of all, the proposed zoning is a logical extension north for the TMAC parcel, that there are changing conditions in the area due to further commercialization and transportation improvements in the area. There is consistency with the comprehensive plan and the 3-mile plan addendum, as well as the urban renewal plan. The proposal is compatible with existing commercial to the east, north, and south. There will be recreational, physical, and economic benefits to the area. There will be minimal impact to public health, safety, and welfare based on transportation and drainage improvements. All agencies can serve the property with upgrades. The ODP, finally, the ODP and design pattern book has sufficiently addressed specific design and architectural requirements for the site that can be administered by staff. Staff is giving a recommendation of approval for this application. We had 5 conditions of approval. The first one was relating to the comments from City Open Space and Forestry about plant materials in the design pattern book. Number 2, that the applicant shall apply additional traffic data as requested by the Public Works Department. 3, that the note regarding exterior signage lighting in the pattern book, I don't know which page it's on, essentially to shut the store lights or the signage off 2 hours after stores be closed be eliminated. 4, that all infrastructure and public improvements be constructed prior to the first CO. And finally, page 6-5 of the design pattern book indicate that transparency be applied to buildings, not tenant spaces. In regard to case number WZ11-02, which again is the specific ODP plan, we are giving a recommendation of continuance until Thursday, April 7th. That concludes staff comments.
Are there commissioners' questions for staff?
I have specific questions on part of the map, in particular the trail, and then portions, just a quick comment on the landscape and the design pattern book, and some questions on signs.
Some of that might be better addressed by the applicant if it's about specific design standards or what they're proposing. I'd be happy to answer general questions about the process and about the property, but
Everybody's going to hold for the applicant? Okay.
I have a quick question. Can you please identify for us which of the surrounding properties are unincorporated and which are in the city
Sure.
in general?
You bet. And we don't show a city boundary on here, and I do apologize. All of this area, which is from I-70 to the east down to 32nd Avenue, is within the city of Wheat Ridge. This is the 43rd Avenue Business or Industrial Park, is in the city of Wheat Ridge. I believe there's an enclave of 4 small properties industrially zoned that are in Jefferson County right there. This is part of the Coors ownership that was annexed to the city in late 2008. These Coors Ponds and the Applewood Golf Course is unincorporated Jeffco, as is this little residential area here. This piece extending down into here to 32nd Avenue is the city of Wheat Ridge.
Thank you.
Okay.
Meredith, could you go over again the bike parking requirements that were in place?
Well, we took the bike parking requirements that are addressed in the Architectural and Site Design Manual, which is 2% of the required vehicular parking. Because of the great access to the green belt and the fact that we're trying to make this somewhat of a recreational amenity as part of the project, we have increased some of those parking. I believe for the buildings over 15,000 square feet, they need 2% bike parking. Buildings less than 15,000 square feet require 5% bike parking.
Okay, thanks.
George?
Meredith, last time we heard the case, there was a lot of concern about the lighting, especially from the neighbors on the hill to the south.
Down here.
Yes. So I'd like to just discuss again, or is this appropriate for you or appropriate for the
I
applicant?
think we could have a little mix of both. Lighting, obviously, I'll go ahead and start, and maybe they can chime in when it's their turn. Obviously, lighting is a concern of ours as well. The way the zoning code is set up, light standards are limited to 18 feet in height. For a shopping center of this size, that probably doesn't make a lot of sense. The lower the light standards, the more you have. And so I would leave it at, they are being proposed, I believe, at 30 feet? No, 35 feet? 35 feet. And, of course, they'd have to submit a photometric plan with all of the development to make sure that there's no bleed over. 30 feet was the height standard in the old plan.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
So the photometric plan, is that taken on the property, or is that taken on the hill from the Jefferson County?
It's taken on the property. They are supposed to show foot candles at the property lines, which are supposed to be 0, so there's no bleed.
Again, my concerns are the straight-on light, and I'm not sure if the fully shielded cutoff fixtures would cover that. Is that where I need to discuss with the applicant?
You could raise that point to them. We did make that, include that language in both, I believe,
Yeah.
page 2 and in the pattern book, which is our standard language.
Why did the city agree to go from 30 to 35 now?
That was on request of the applicant. I'll let them address their needs.
But you being the city, okayed it.
We did.
So is there a reason why the city okayed it at this time?
Well, again, the higher the standard, the less light poles you'll have. Still having to meet the fully downcast and shielded, still have to submit a photometric plan.
Okay.
George?
Thank you. This, I guess, is a process question. I want to talk a little bit about the design pattern book and how it will be used, and I have a couple of questions. One is, if we adopt it as part of the ODP, will it be able to be edited, adjusted as part of a specific development plan or a final development plan? In other words, how does it live through that
So
process?
are you saying variations?
Yeah, if would the applicant or would staff want any changes as it went through the process of the ODP to the SDP?
I think anytime you set standards in a plan development and then you start actual design review and construction, things change. There is the ability for some tweaking in there, but I think we've tried to have enough language so that it would be agreed on by staff and the applicant based on the situation.
Okay. And then how it relates to the ASDM and the SDM, it indicates in the document that the streetscape design manual will ultimately be in force during the final development plan, although it also indicates that the architectural would really yield to this document. So is the streetscape design manual going to be in place and the architectural is going to yield to this document?
The streetscape design manual gets approved on March 28th. We have based the amenity portion of it in the pattern book after what's shown in the streetscape design manual. We wanted, as far as architecture goes, we wanted this and the ODP to be the only document, so there wasn't yet a third one that someone would have to look up. So we've tried to take pieces from the architectural and site design and, emulate those and build on those so that it's its own freestanding document, the two pieces. Is that?
Thanks, Mary.
Scott?
I have two questions.
Sure.
Is staff in favor of a potential digital reader board sign as described in the design pattern book on page 25?
Electronic reader board signs are a lot of subject of discussion these days. We do allow changeable copy signs in the city code right now. We have several in the city that we've issued permits for. The standard is that they have to, they can only change every 15 seconds. It doesn't allow anything rolling or animated. It can only advertise their property. It can't be a billboard. But again, a question for applicant. But we have several in the city already.
And then the second one, is there a max lumen or some type of standard that one can specify so as not to interfere with night driving for signs? Because I know currently, and I don't have to name the sign, but there's a sign that exists on I-70 that is so bright, and that is obviously not the standard. There's so many good signs along I-70 that work just fine. Is that something that I'll go through? What is the process? Will there be some type of process that?
Well, unfortunately, the way our code is set up, we don't address, they're measured differently than a typical lighted sign. They use nits instead of a typical photometrics. It's not something that we've broached yet. I mean, we can always include language in there, but it might be pretty hard to enforce. No signage is supposed to interfere with highway traffic visibility, although it would appear that we do have some violations in the city.
And the reason I bring that up is because the site, because it's lower than I-70, and there's going to be signs that will be along I-70 and 58, they're going to be, I guess the other question, last question I wanted to ask was, what is the height difference between I-70 and the site, just in general?
I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but I bet the applicant, we've got the grading plans and drainage plans, so that can be looked up.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
And you had additional ones?
I just had one more, please. There was discussion about the Clear Creek Drive being treated as a local street and to allow parallel parking.
Yes.
So I went online and peered at a bunch of different types of construction, and I didn't see a lot of parallel parking on those. So I'm concerned that the parallel parking is going to be on there when, I'm talking across the country.
Okay.
I went and did Google Maps and zeroed down and looked to see if there was a lot of parallel parking on those interior village streets, and I didn't see many instances. So was that an applicant request, or because it's a local street, you just assumed that parallel parking could be allowed?
Well, I believe, and let me see if I can answer this correctly, and Tim, if you need to jump in, feel free. The standard for the street, or the right-of-way width for the street is going to be 64 feet, which is wider than our typical 50-foot wide street. We are allowing parallel parking on both sides, and I think the intent behind that was to give it more of an intimate, kind of downtown-y feel,
Okay. Okay.
and that's the reason. It was a staff request.
Because it's wide enough, you're...
It is wide enough.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Steve?
Do you want to take any questions on the use table and the bulk standards, or would you rather defer those to the applicant initially?
I prefer to be doing it when I sit down so I can have a look at the chart in front of me.
I just have a question then for Public Works, real quick. Cabela Drive extension, where it intersects with 32nd Avenue, is that going to be public or private? Cabela Drive extension?
The Cabela, well, I guess I'd have to,
Let me go to the,
why don't you go to the map, so make sure we talk about the same
so here, Steve,
piece.
That is correct. Yes,
from 32nd Avenue.
that's right.
Yes, that is, it'll be a public street. All of Cabela Drive will be a public street.
And what's the proposed, I guess, number of lanes for that Cabela Drive extension where it intersects with 32nd Avenue?
I'd have to pull the plans up. In my recollection, there's like 6 lanes.
So basically 3 in each direction, or?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Meredith, should I ask you guys, or should we ask the applicant about the, I have just a question about the open space boundary as it relates to the 100-year floodplain. The proposed open space boundary in page 1.4 of the design standard pattern book.
Which, Tim, do you have that available to look at? Unfortunately, I don't have any of the 100-year floodplain on my maps overlaid.
Okay.
We do show it in the pattern book.
I'm just curious as to what the correlation is between the sort of proposed conceptual open space location and the 100-year floodplain, and just how closely that matches.
Okay.
I had another question about how far the multi-use path extends along the south, extends along the east side of the property to the south. In all of the design standard pattern documents, it looks like it ends at 40th Avenue, and I had just questions about why it ends there and doesn't end maybe closer to 37th.
Well, it ties in with the existing, if you remember the pictures where I was standing and took the picture looking north at the existing path.
Yeah.
40th Avenue, or the sidewalk along 40th Avenue intersects with that path. So I don't know why they didn't show it on here. I thought they had.
Well, just in terms of how that multi-use path would integrate with the existing multi-use infrastructure, such as existing bike lanes on 32nd or other locations, and just the ability to get the multi-use path closer to the existing multi-use infrastructure. Having it end at 40th, I was just kind of curious there, because I don't think there's for example, a bike lane or a sidewalk coming out underneath 40th Avenue there. It's pretty much strictly
Right now,
for
there's
cars.
not. You're
Yeah.
right. Okay, so you're talking about from under the
Incorrect, Meredith.
Okay.
The reason it's not shown is it's not part of this ODP, but we did build a 10-foot path on 40th from Youngfield underneath the interstate. So it's in existence today, and it ties in with a crosswalk to an existing sidewalk trail along the east side of Youngfield, which goes down to the Clear Creek Trail. Okay. So we will have 3 different locations where the trail within this project will have access, actually four locations, but 3 initial locations that will connect to the trail, because there will be a connection right at Clear Creek. There will be a connect with Cabela Drive, then one just to the west of I-25, and then, of course, on over to Youngfield. And then the 4th is the extension along Cabela Drive, which then connects all the way up to 44th. There is a connection at 32nd and Cabela Drive to trails that will be on the south side of 32nd Avenue, and that will be widened to a wider trail along 32nd for east-west travel as well.
Yeah, I guess my main concern was just that it didn't appear on any of the documents within the area of the ODP we're considering that showed access hooking up to the 32nd Avenue portion of the multi-use trail system. And I just, if you're saying, so you're saying there will be some sort of multi-use trail connection between 32nd Avenue, the 32nd Avenue part of that system, and the area we're considering here?
Yes, right on the west side of Cabela Drive. There's a 10-foot trail along the entire length of Cabela Drive, which connects to 32nd Avenue.
Okay. And so then if it's on the west side, say you were walking or riding your bike, you'd have to cross, if you wanted to, say, go down to the eastern part of the green belt that's bordered by this, that's part of this, you'd have to cross the street at, well, it's sort of an unnamed, it looks like maybe around 34th Avenue. You'd have to cross the street there in order to hook up with this eastern part of this multi-use trail.
Yes, I'm not, I don't know what map you're looking at.
There are a number of maps in the design standard pattern book, Figure 1.4 and Figure 2.1. I'm just looking at the connectivity between the southern terminus of this multi-use path at 40th and the other multi-use path that you have that the plan has all along the western side of Cabela Drive.
There's a trail along 40th.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, there's a trail north and south along Cabela Drive all the way from 32nd to 44th,
Mm-hmm.
which has connection to the Clear Creek Trail as it crosses the creek.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's an east-west trail connection from Cabela Drive to Youngfield, going underneath the interstate. And then off of the project, there is a trail that will be constructed along 32nd from the unincorporated portion west of the city all the way over to Youngfield.
Okay.
So there's two east-west portions of trail, and then there is three north-south.
Okay. In the design standard pattern book, where it discusses proposed pedestrian and multi-use routes, the paths along 40th are shown as public sidewalks and not multi-use paths. So maybe that's just why I'm confused. Should those be in fact multi-use paths and not sidewalks along 40th?
It's a 10-foot sidewalk, which is going to be used as a multi-use path.
Okay. What is the distinction between a sidewalk and a multi-use path? Just the width, making it 10 feet versus 8 feet or 6 feet?
6 feet.
8 feet can actually be a multi-use
Okay.
path, 8 or 10, 8 or greater. So
Okay.
that's typically the break point.
Great, thanks. Thanks for clearing that up.
Any additional questions for staff? Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mark?
What is the intended use of Coors Pond? Is it supposed to be landscaped, or?
Well, it currently serves as a water storage facility, and that was constructed as part of the original cut and fill operations. It does, I believe it's got native seed around it, and that's probably it, but I guess I'd defer to the applicant to see if they thought there would be any more improvements. I thought not, but...
Okay.
Is that it? Okay. Okay, thank you. And the next is the applicant. If you could state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Can get my visual first, if I may. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, City staff, members of the public. My name is Carolyn White. I'm Land Use Counsel for Cabela's, one of the applicants in this matter. Thank you for the opportunity to present this project to you tonight, and as Meredith mentioned, we do plan to present to you the concept ODP tonight, understanding that with staff's recommendation, we will plan to present the specific ODP to you hopefully on April 7th, should you choose to table that matter. I'd like to briefly introduce the team that will be presenting tonight. We also have other team members here who can answer questions, should you be looking for additional detail when we get to the question and answer portion. As I mentioned, my name is Carolyn White, Land Use Counsel for Cabela's. I'm here in Denver, 410 17th Street. With me is Dennis Armstrong, Corporate Architect for Cabela's, Chris Foshing with Felsberg, Holtz, and Ulevig, our Traffic Engineer, Noel Kupkovic with Kupkovic Architects, and Angie Maluski with BHA Design. Those will be the presenters for you tonight, and as I mentioned, we have the entire team here. Should you have additional questions, we'll bring up the right person to answer them at the right time. This is an outline of what we hope to present to you tonight. We'll briefly outline a little history of the project and how we got where we are and why we're proposing to change it from the ODP that you previously approved back in 2006. We'll talk a little bit about the improvements that will be completed as part of this project, including those improvements that have already been completed, and then go into a little more detail on the overall design concept, some of the principal features of the design pattern book, how we anticipate that working with the future build-out of this project, and then go through and summarize the criteria for approval that Meredith referred to at the end of our presentation. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Dennis Armstrong, who's going to start off with the history of the project.
Thanks, Carolyn. Dennis Armstrong, A-R-M-S-T-R-O-N-G, Cabela's, Corporate Architect, 1 Cabela Drive, Sidney, Nebraska. Thought I'd spend a few minutes here and give you a brief overview of this project. As it says on that slide, the history of the project, and this one has a history to it. Prior to joining Cabela's, I lived in the Front Range of Colorado for 25 years. I know this area quite well, and I have a lot of friends and neighbors who we are anxious to bring the Cabela's experience to Wheat Ridge. We think this is a great location. It continues to be a spot for us that we think offers a great deal of opportunity for a project such as this. Not only do we have the access from I-70 and 58, which gives it a great location, we also have the fact that this is the foothills that lead to the I-70 corridor and up into the mountains where a great deal of our customers will go for their recreational opportunities. We also have the ability through the annexation of the Jefferson County land, the ability to bring some of that open space into use, and it is our hope that we can use that open space as a tool for our customers, for the neighbors of the area, as well as for educational opportunities for people that would be coming to this location. It is also another story that we think is very important, which is reclaiming a landfill, reclaiming an area that was an old gravel pit. We think this site, given what it is and the way that we can bring it back, is a great asset to the community as compared to where it was left as an open gravel pit. But things have changed. In early 2005, when I first started working on this project, we were thinking of this as an approach to come to the location on Wheat Ridge with a Cabela's store, and over time, retail would fill in. Things have changed in the intervening years. We see this project today not as Cabela's, but as Clear Creek Crossing. It's a full development, and the idea behind this full development is to bring more to this location than just the Cabela's, although Cabela's will be a very large part of what this project's about. So in that intervening period of time, as an example, Cabela's has revisited our traditional retail store. And what we're looking at today, bringing to Wheat Ridge, is the largest of our next generation store for this location. It'll be a store that you'll see later in some of the slides that we think has as much as the excitement as any of our stores, and it'll be an attraction to the area. But in addition to that, the requirements of the environmental assessment that requires a certain amount of infrastructure to be built will put us in a position of needing to bring additional players with us, and so the list of tenants that we would be looking to bring along would include Cabela's, would include a Walmart, and others over time. We think this is a fundamental change, but it brings to the development a much broader selection of tenants with a larger variety of services to be offered. We're committed to this project. We've been associated with the City of Wheat Ridge. Ken and Tim and Meredith have been a great asset to helping us work through all of the issues that this project brings to get to a point this evening where we can present to you our thoughts behind this ODP amendment for the rezoning of this site. We think that you'll find that we've been a catalyst for helping this community and helping the area. Those improvements out there on I-70, the ability to bring hook ramps directly into this development, the interchange at 58, these are all things that we feel we've been able to help bring to this community in the form of these ultimate infrastructure improvements that will be made at this location. We see this project in its full development as Clear Creek Crossing, bringing many new jobs, bringing great services to the community, and being an asset that the community of Wheat Ridge will be very proud of. We also see this open space as a great opportunity for the community in terms of this land now up against Clear Creek that no longer looks like it's next to an undesirable area, but to a very desirable area that with the incorporation of our plan, along with what we see today with the existing trail corridor system, that all of a sudden that corridor becomes much more useful and valuable to the residents of the area. And lastly, we're very much committed to a sustainable future. When we speak of Cabela's, we speak of the conservation we have between ourselves and other entities out there today, Ducks Unlimited, Trout Unlimited. These are all entities out there today. They're very concerned about conservation. In a like mind, Cabela's needs to and it looks to use sustainability in how we approach our developments, both buildings and sites, so that we complement and in fact enhance our ability to bring a sustainable and a conservation message to the locations that we are in. So we're very excited about this opportunity to come forward and present to you this evening. We look forward to sharing with you our thoughts and any comments that you might have.
Once again, what we are asking for tonight is two things: an amendment to the previously approved ODP, and then new zoning on the additional 32 acres of Jefferson County property that is currently pending annexation into the city. This is just a quick snapshot of the old ODP versus the new ODP, so you can see them side by side and just eyeball some of the big picture changes. There really are not a great deal of changes other than the fact that the site really now, as Clear Creek Crossing, as Dennis pointed out, contemplates that it's not just about Cabela's, but it's about a whole lot more than Cabela's now. And it really is looking at this site holistically and not just the initial anchor, but looking at sort of the next two phases of development all at once and planning to accommodate those. There are some slight changes in the alignment of 40th Avenue. You can see the addition of the 32 acres of Jefferson County property. You can see the outline of the floodplain, which does in fact correspond to the proposed open space in order to answer that question. But the principal change is to bring in this additional 32 acres and to make some changes in the tables to reflect the change in concept, looking at the additional anchors that are going to be opening concurrently rather than later on down the road. These are the 5 criteria under the Wheat Ridge Code that we have to prove in order to request a rezoning or a new zoning of property. I'm not going to go through them right now. I just ask you to keep them in mind as we go through the rest of our presentation. And at the conclusion of the presentation, we'll come back and talk about how we think the information we'll present to you tonight demonstrates that this project not only meets but exceeds all 5 of these criteria, although only 4 are required for you to recommend approval. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Chris Foshing to talk to you a little bit about the traffic and the site design issues.
Thank you, Carolyn. For the record, my name is Chris Foshing with the engineering firm of Felsberg, Holt, and Olevig. We're located at 6300 South Syracuse Way in Centennial. There is a very rich history of traffic analysis associated with this development proposal that dates back some 6 years. And in addition to traffic impact studies as part of the city's planning process, there was also a lot of traffic analysis that was done as part of an interchange feasibility study as part of the EA. and as part of an interstate access request, which is a federal highways requirement. So there's been a lot of work that has been done here historically. Now, resulting from these collective efforts was a robust set of transportation improvements, and Meredith and Dennis have touched on some of these, and I'll touch on them a little bit here as well. Recently, in support of the case that's before you this evening, we freshened up some of these analyses, and we wanted to freshen them up to try to better represent some recent occurrences in the area, some roadway improvements that have taken place and have caused some traffic pattern shifts. And we wanted to take into account a little more land use that's being proposed now in the development. So there's more square footage, and there's more trips that are going to be coming out of here. So we wanted to freshen up some of the analysis. Let me jump to the bottom line. Meredith touched on this as part of her presentation. Our analysis is showing that the robust set of transportation improvements that are documented in the EA are still appropriate, and they're still going to function, and they're still what we should be doing. And the vast majority of those improvements need to be done up front, and that was an EA agreement, and there's nothing changing on that. Again, I'll touch on that here a little bit. We don't need, I just want to emphasize, we do not need to go outside the parameters of the EA and the agreements and the understandings that the EA has set. So what I'd like to do is just briefly discuss those improvements, kind of go through those fairly quickly, talk just a little bit about some of the differences we saw in the current wave analysis that we just did, and talk about our next steps. This slide is showing some of the transportation improvements that are slated for the northern part of our study area, and I will start over here on the Youngfield side. We had recommended that Youngfield be widened to include 4 through lanes. Well, this is one that's already been completed, and this is one that the city and Cabela's had collectively done together. Also included in the recommendation was additional turn lanes at Youngfield and 44th. Again, that has been completed. That is in place. Another improvement right here in this area that's not highlighted in this graphic is the construction of ramps between Highway 58 and I-70 West. Those were not in place when we started this 5-6 years ago. And we have seen some benefit as a result of these ramps. Years back, we were seeing a bit of a traffic pattern between trips interacting between I-70 West and 32nd Avenue West. Without these ramps, folks who were maybe destined to areas north of 58 via McIntyre, that was their route. Their route was to exit at Youngfield, come up 32nd, come down McIntyre, and go up, and vice versa. The traffic on 32nd Avenue to the west has dropped now that these ramps are in. We've seen that through our counts. So that's been a real positive. Switching over to the northeast side of our site, a major improvement that's been mentioned already is the construction of a brand-new grade-separated interchange onto Highway 58. And a roadway called Cabela Drive that'll connect from it up to 44th, but also will connect to the site and will tie all the way down to 32nd Avenue. And I think you've seen these on the maps. I want to make a point about this interchange, because one of the aspects that was agreed to in the EA is that there would be I-70 signing directing motorists approaching this area to Cabela Drive. And specifically, there's diagrams in the EA that specifically call out Cabela Drive, use exit 265. 265 is the Highway 58 exit, coming from both directions. So the intent was to try to get the regional traffic over to this interchange, and that's where a lot of this came from. Okay, focusing now at the southern side of the site, just to orient you with this map. This is 32nd Avenue. I-70 is coming right through the middle, Youngfield right next to it, Cabela Drive. Again, just kind of walking you through the improvements that have been recommended. Youngfield, again, is recommended to be widened to 4 lanes, or had been recommended to be widened to 4 lanes, which has been completed, as I mentioned. 40th Avenue, of course, and connects with Youngfield over to Cabela Drive using the new underpass of I-70. Cabela Drive, again, connects down to 32nd Avenue. And I'll pause here because there was a question that came up earlier about how wide will Cabela Drive be just north of 32nd. So what I'll do is maybe answer the question right now. It's 5 lanes. It'll be 5 lanes wide. It'll be 3 lanes southbound and then 2 lanes northbound, just so that's clear. 32nd Avenue is going to be improved, okay? Part of the improvements include lane widening from Elkhire through Cabela Drive, through I-70, through Youngfield, and just past the Applewood Village Center access. Couple of points I want to make about these improvements on 32nd, okay? One is the fact that we're actually going to be removing an awkward spaced traffic signal. Thinking about the signals that exist along 32nd Avenue, you've got one at the Youngfield Service Road, the future Cabela Drive. About 350 feet to the east, you've got one right there at the ramps. You go another 300 plus feet to the east, you've got one there at Youngfield. 300 feet is horrible spacing for successive traffic signals. And I'm willing to bet you've probably all been out there at peak times and you've seen one intersection creating traffic backing up into the other. What these improvements are going to do is that they're going to take away that middle traffic signal with the ramps, because the ramps are going to be relocated. And I'll talk about that a little bit. But as it relates to 32nd, removing a traffic signal and getting rid of that awkward, tight spacing is a benefit to traffic flow there in the area. Youngfield. The intersection of 32nd and Youngfield is probably our most challenging intersection in the area. We will be adding lanes to every approach going through that intersection. So there's going to be a significant amount of capacity that's going to be added through that intersection. And then the traffic signal timing scheme will change to take advantage of those extra lanes and that additional capacity. I want to make a little point about that intersection as it relates to the improvements and the traffic impacts associated with the development. And that point is that the capacity improvements through the lane additions provide more benefit than traffic impact demand. Let me restate that. The lanes that we're going to be adding, okay, the turn lanes and some through lanes at that intersection, and the signal timing are going to increase the capacity of that intersection 40 to 50%, okay? The traffic that's going to be added through that intersection as a result of build-out of the development, assuming all FARs reach their max, will only increase the traffic 20 to 25%. So we're putting more capacity into it than demand. Let me talk now about the ramps, okay? And I'll talk about the ramps to and from eastbound I-70 first. Here recently, CDOT completed the Highway 58 project, and as part of that, they relocated an on-ramp that was located at 38th Avenue, and they shifted it down to the Applewood Center. That on-ramp will stay there for a long time. Okay, so that's a configuration you're seeing that's part of the picture. Not part of the ultimate picture, and hang on that. The off-ramp, as it exists now, will stay. We're going to widen that one, add a lane to get an extra left turn lane in there, and those 2 ramps are going to stay. What's going to happen in the long term is that both of those ramps will eventually be closed, and new ramps will be constructed in their place down south at the 27th Avenue intersection. That is a longer-term improvement, and that's an improvement that CDOT has said they'll figure out how it'll get done, okay? But that's not something, you're not going to see the 27th Avenue hook ramps on opening day. That's one of the few improvements that won't be done for opening day. On the west side of I-70, talking about the ramps and how they're going to be altered. I already mentioned that the ramps there with the tight signal spacing along 32nd, that middle signal goes away, those ramps go away. Well, they get replaced with what we've been calling hook ramps tying right into Cabela Drive at roughly this point. So if you're coming from central Denver on I-70 and you want to exit to 32nd Avenue, you would exit right here, make a left turn, and come down to 32nd. If you want to head up towards the mountains, you would get to this point, you would make the turn, you would travel along the ramp, you'd elevate over, the ramp will elevate over, there'll be a new bridge crossing 32nd Avenue, and then it'll merge into I-70. As part of that, there'll be a little right turns only ramp that'll merge into that. So for folks who are living over here and desire to travel I-70 west, they don't have to make the left turn and come back and around. They can just make the right turn and they're on. So I just want to make sure you understand that we've got a new bridge coming over 32nd Avenue related to the ramps, and you kind of understand what these improvements are all about. So some changes. Again, we've freshened our study, but the traffic numbers in some areas were a little higher, some traffic numbers in other areas were a little lower. Well, what's different compared to the last time we went through the traffic work? Well, internal to the site. Some of the roads, like 40th Avenue, has a different alignment. We've got a different access scheme. We've added a few right turn decel lanes at some of the access points. I mean, that's one of the differences that we're seeing. 32nd Avenue, level of service, LOS, which is our measure of kind of measuring traffic flow, A through F. You may have heard engineers talk about levels of service related to other projects. There's a little more traffic we're projecting on 32nd Avenue, and so the level of service we're seeing is dropping one level. That's the bad news. The good news is previously we had some reserve capacity built in. All right, so we're still going to be operating under what's deemed acceptable for that intersection, and there's still some refinement, and that's part of what Public Works is still looking for, is maybe a little bit of refinement to make sure that intersection can be the best it can be, and we're making use of all the right-of-way that's available to us. 44th Avenue, the level of service there actually goes the other way. It improves. Our projections on 44th Avenue have actually gone down as a result of some recent counts we've done, because there's been more shifting off of 44th than we had originally thought that there was going to be. So this is a brief maybe overview of the traffic and road picture related to the development and the EA. Our next steps here really is to get Public Works an updated traffic impact study. We've got a few refinements, as I mentioned there at Youngfield at 32nd, and then another little refinement that we're working out with them is to figure out the best timing for the new Applewood Center traffic signal that would be put into place. So with that, I'll conclude, and Noel will talk a little bit about architecture.
I don't mean to disrupt the timing of your presentation, but I would like the commissioners to have an opportunity to address some questions to you. Scott?
Hi, I have a question. As far as the Cabela's Drive, what are there going to be any type of, signalized or stop sign? It's going to be 5 lanes of traffic at the 2 points where the bicycle path will be intersecting those. What are you proposing to mitigate a safe travel?
Yeah, there are several locations where traffic signals are going to be located where I think folks who are using the path can make use of to try to cross the street.
Could you flip back to that diagram and kind of show where you're talking about? Yeah, thank you.
And this probably doesn't show all the detail that I necessarily needed to show, but we let me talk about where traffic signals are being planned right now along Cabela Drive. Certainly 32nd Avenue. I'll start at the south end and work my way north. Okay. The next one as we go north is going to be right next to La Quinta. Right now that's right where the service road kind of does the hard jog, the hard 90-degree turn to the east. That's going to be a traffic signal for that area. Cabela Drive is going to carry more traffic than the service road does today, and so the ability to make a left turn onto that road is going to be challenging. So a traffic signal there is part of the plans. That's one possibility. The next traffic signal as we're moving north is going to be at the ramps, right at the location there. As we continue to move north, we will have an intersection You know, right here, I'm forgetting the name of this road off the top of my head, but this is the road that would go through the village. I think it was the road that there was a question on parallel parking on earlier. That'll be signalized. And then 40th Avenue will also be signalized. So I think there are a number of options that folks can use to get across the street.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the one that's not shown on the map, the existing trail that runs east-west that parallels 58th. And that crosses, there'll be two crossings that'll cross, that map right there. It looks like there'll probably be two crossings, one on the Cabela site and then one at the newly constructed.
Yeah, and this map isn't showing the trails, but it doesn't cross Cabela Drive?
It doesn't cross Cabela Drive, it runs parallel to it there, and then at 58th where that intersection is, that's grade separated, so it goes underneath. And connects to the track.
Can I interject as well that there is a grade separation at Cabela Drive. The trail will go underneath Cabela Drive, and there is a connection that will come down to the trail off of Cabela Drive. So Cabela Drive will be above the trail, and the trail will be in a tunnel underneath Cabela Drive.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just one quick question regarding, again, this Cabela Drive extension and 32nd Avenue on the south there. Looks like there's approximately, I don't know, maybe 8 homes or something to the north of that, residential homes. Is there any type of sound wall being proposed in that area? Has that been discussed at all?
Yeah, there is a wall, and I know in the EA they really got into that. And I wish our noise expert from my office was here because I know he got into that. But I think there are some improvements and some buffering that's taking place. Tim, you may be able to add to that, or Dennis.
From 32nd Avenue and Cabela Drive up along that western property line of those residential homes, that is being planned as a screen wall. The one that's there today will be removed, and a new one will be put in its place.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners. Thank you, Chris. My name is Noel Kupkovic, for the record, C-U-P-K-O-V-I-C. I'm an architect. We're Ohio-based at 1500 Hamilton Avenue in Cleveland, Ohio. We were retained by Cabela's in approximately December of 2009 to work on this new ODP and entitlement of the property. To give you a little bit of background about myself, we've included this credential slide. I am a National Council of Architectural Registration Board certified architect. I'm a member of the Congress of New Urbanism. Myself and many people in our firm have designed large format retail mixed-use projects, including Midtown Miami, which opened in 2006, SoDo, south of downtown in Orlando, Florida, which opened in October of 2008, Continental Marketplace in Starkville, Mississippi, and Town Center at Butler Plaza in Gainesville, Florida. These are all very large projects that require things like design pattern books and architectural standards. Many of our projects are award-winning, and a lot of them are non-architectural awards. They're also community awards. So we are used to sort of being in this environment. As far as the design pattern book itself, the primary, as Meredith had explained, the primary difference between the old ODP and the new ODP has to do with the incorporation of our design pattern book. And the purpose of the design pattern book is to provide an overall foundation to which all future development shall build upon. It establishes minimum levels of design and regulatory guidelines that the city can adopt as part of this planned commercial development, and it really focuses on standards for creating a vibrant environment for residents and visitors. It's organized by a series of chapters including master planning, signage, landscape, site amenities, site planning, and architecture. This diagram here shows the various lots. These are the 10 lots within the ODP boundary that are addressed in the concept ODP documents, and those lots each have various FARs, uses, building setbacks, and building height requirements. But it's a varied mix of uses in the various lots. Signage is also a very important aspect to these types of projects. We chose to provide a master sign plan, which is in, I believe, page 2.1 of the design pattern book. We had identified various types of freestanding signs as well as wall-mounted signs. The freestanding signs include outparcel signage, primary monument signage. This is the outparcel sign, the primary monument sign. Project identification, which identifies primarily the project. There'll be no tenant advertising on that sign. And what we're calling landmark ID, which is sort of new to your zoning ordinance. Landmark ID is a very tall monument sign, not too tall, but tall enough to serve its purpose to identify the main anchor tenants within the project. There will be 3 landmark IDs that occur at the hook ramp off of 70, north of the hook ramp near Cabela's, and another one proposed at 58 in Cabela Drive. There are 5 project identification signs proposed, and they are, again, to enforce the inhabitant of the project, the sort of brand or the environmental graphic aspect of the environment. Then we have a smattering of about 13 primary monuments. And if you think about the project, Meredith had explained earlier, we're looking at about 211 acres of development, 10 major lots. While 13 primary monuments may seem like a lot, it's really just right to allow people, especially vehicular traffic, to know where they're going and ingressing and egressing from the right-of-ways into the private drives and the parking fields of the retailers. And then we are now proposing 5 outparcel signs for 5 outparcels that are occurring primarily in Lot 1. As far as the sign area is concerned, if you look at this slide here, we chose to, and I believe this is consistent with your code, to identify the area of the sign as the advertisement portion of the sign, which allows us to be creative with some of the architectural elements. But the building height still had to be compliant with the highest architectural element. As far as wall-mounted signs, there's a variety of wall-mounted signs that are indicated in the design pattern book. There's under canopy signs, there's signs, projecting signs, but the most important aspect of the calculation has to do with what is the area allowable for the various tenants to advertise. And because this is a regional destination, and we have some pretty long vistas and distances from the interstates and the public right-of-ways to the stores, we were consistent with your calculation of 1 square foot for every lineal foot of building facade, other than we had to raise it to 1.5 square feet for tenants that are, buildings that are less than 15,000 square feet. And this is an example of the calculation of the building sign. As far as site design and architecture related to site planning, and believe me, there was a lot of site planning involved in this project, but as it relates to the pattern book specifically, and when we come back in front of you for the specific ODP, we're trying to really solve things like parking standards, sidewalks and traffic calming, and how we're going to orient out parcels. The parking fields will be carved up into no greater than 400 spaces without separation by landscape medians or pedestrian walkways. We're encouraging traffic calming in the private streets with raised crosswalks, and we're orienting out parcel entrances toward pedestrian approach with areas and activity zones. The out parcel parking of 50 cars will require separation by landscape medians or pedestrian walkways. The architectural aspect of how we're going to design these buildings, again, remembering that this is a document that other architects on other lots would be designing, we had to come up with sort of a palette of architectural elements. So that palette includes architectural elements, architectural materials, architectural articulation, and transparency. So there's a unifying theme from lot to lot as you look at the architecture without necessarily each building sort of copying the brand of another tenant's design. So it's sort of a palette of materials for the architects to use. The architectural elements include roof forms, captioned here, roof or building structures, walkways or covered colonnades, and canopies. The architectural materials on primary facades, again, a primary facade being a facade where the pedestrian activity is occurring or the entrances to the buildings on the lots are, include cultured stone, siding, which is a board-on-board or a board-on-batten siding. This can be a composite material or wood. We have stucco, both natural stucco and cementitious products, and a dark tone brick. Now, 75% of the primary facades of buildings will require at least 4 of these materials. The building articulation, which is probably one of the most important aspects of building design, include wall articulation, include covered walks, and identifying features such as this tower element. The building articulation is a requirement for every 50 feet of length on a primary facade and every 75 feet of length on the secondary facade. Transparency varies. Again, when we talk about transparency, we're talking about storefront windows that we could actually see through, not opaque windows. And we're looking at different lengths of transparency based on the size of the building. So we have a 60% length required for tenants less than 15,000 square feet, a 30% length for medium-sized tenants between 15 and 99,000 square feet. So tenants larger than 100, which are our anchor stores, have a requirement of 15% transparency. Again, it's measured as a lineal dimension of the overall facade, and the transparency occurs between 3 feet and 8 feet. So it's where the pedestrian activity is occurring. Now, this next slide is a concept elevation. We'll get into more of the detail when we are back in front of you at the continued hearing as it relates to the specific ODP. But what it starts to show are elements of roof structure and roof forms. It shows materials, including cultured stone, stucco, siding, and we also allow for metal roofs. It shows articulation, and here we have an articulation that's created by a pilaster that projects out a minimum of 2 feet beyond the facade, and we're also incorporating some bracket details to incorporate some of the streetscape. And of course, transparency, which occurs at this pedestrian zone. This is sort of an overall rendering, but more importantly, this is a next-generation store in Allen, Texas, which goes back to what Mr. Armstrong was stating, that this is a very important and high-profile project for the community. We have a couple of other concepts to run by you. This is Lot 5. This was, again, a conceptual rendering of the Walmart store proposed for Lot 5. We'll get into those details again at the specific ODP. But it starts to show things about the elements, materials, articulation, and transparency. For example, you've got the canopy, the cultured stone, the articulation, the use of windows to meet the transparency requirement. This is another good concept example. This is prepared by SEM Architecture for Lot 2. Again, a concept elevation showing the elements, materials, articulation, and transparency. I think it's a really good example of identifying features where we take elements of the architecture, raise it above the roof. We have canopies, meet the material requirements for cultured stone. So you can see that each one of these examples look different, but the continuity of the development, it has to do with the architectural design portion of the pattern book and implementing that. This is the pedestrian multi-use. It's probably this is in the pattern book, and I know there was a question that was asked about this. The key here is that we're trying to meet the objective of early requests to provide a safe and ample pedestrian access to the neighbors. The 10-foot multi-use path on the west side of Cabela Drive starts here at 32nd. So this is 10 feet, and it goes all the way and connects to Clear Creek Crossing. You can also cross here on the north side of 40th, connect to another multi-use path that we're proposing that connects over to Clear Creek. So, and the intent on the 10 feet is, because it's multi-use, it would be both pedestrian and bicycle traffic, and starts to solve some of these connectivity issues for the neighbors. The other important parts of this project have to do with streetscape and landscape, and Angela Maluski is going to come up and talk about that with BHA, and I can answer questions now, or... Okay.
I don't know if this is a question for you, but since you showed that multi-use trail, a quick question. Is the Clear Creek Trail, there was a couple comments that I had seen in our packet from residents on the trails in general. Is the Clear Creek Trail staying, none of that portion of that trail is being rerouted?
When you asked the question about rerouting, did you ask it as what's there today and what would be done in the future?
Yeah, my understanding, if you could just clarify, what I see right here, that black line that parallels Clear Creek, which is the existing Clear Creek Trail, that's staying as is?
Correct. The existing Clear Creek Trail, if you went out there today and went from the east end to the west end, what you see is the trail as it will remain. And then these connections that we're bringing, as Tim has said, up on the west end where we come up, where Cabela Drive crosses the creek at the bridge, we'll make a connection down to the trail there. And on the east end, we will come along the east side, part on our property, part in the CDOT right-of-way, and make a connection to Clear Creek on that end.
Thank you.
Ann?
I have a question with regards to Lot 10. Which is primarily floodplain and Clear Creek. What's your intent for use on that?
On which one now, I'm sorry?
Lot 10.
10? It's property today owned by Coors that over time has a development potential to it,
Okay.
which is shown in the overall ODP plan. Clear Creek runs through there.
Yes.
The floodplain that is there today and it's been defined by local jurisdictions remains, and it does not impact Lot 10 to the point where it's undevelopable. It only impacts it to the point of where the floodplain edge is up against Lot 10.
Okay. And I wasn't thinking more of building, I was thinking more of use. So is it, because of the type of business that Cabela is, you could actually utilize Lot 10, especially in the floodplain area, for demonstration purposes, for use as that. Were you considering that, or is that saying pristine, as it can be?
Let me try and re-explain it and see if I'm answering your question.
Okay.
The ground that we are acquiring from Jefferson County, at 32 acres, over on the east end of Clear Creek up against I-70 and
Yes.
north of Clear Creek,
Yes.
that entire zone stays undeveloped.
And I hear you as far as
It's not
undeveloped.
necessarily Lot 10, it's just open space.
Okay.
At this stage, it's virtually impossible to develop without considerable effort and expense. Right now, it is being viewed as strictly open space as part of the project.
Okay. So you don't intend, again, wasn't talking about building, I was talking about use. But, okay, I hear what you're saying. Thank you.
Steve? If you stay up there,
Yeah, I have an overall development question. If this were to be approved, what's Cabela's timeline on construction and store opening proposed?
Somehow, I thought that might be a question, I'm not sure. This is one of several fronts that Cabela's is in the midst of working through as we speak. We have an entitlement effort with the city. We have an effort working with the city, once again, making sure that the governmental relationship between Cabela's and the city works. Because there's a financial model that we have to have in order for this project to fund and build the infrastructure, the public infrastructure, to support the project. So we need to get that in place, and then we need to sell bonds. So if those three activities occur, within 3 or 4 months of those activities occurring, we would start construction, and it would probably be a 12 to 16, perhaps an 18-month turnaround.
Okay. What are you all estimating is the build-out for all 10 lots in this development? What is your pro formas and market studies showing on that?
Well, it depends on the overall density that is allowed by the ODP. South of Clear Creek, you could be somewhere in a range between 600,000 and 700,000 square feet of development. And north of Clear Creek, depending on the use that Coors would look for that location, you could be somewhere between 300,000 and 500,000 square feet.
And in terms of years, right, obviously, I'm sure you all would love to see it immediate, right, build out, but what are your internal, I guess, studies showing in terms of, all right, tenants and leases and purchases, or do you have any idea? 5-year build out?
We'd have to let
20-year
Coors
build out?
answer for their property. We can't tell you what their timeline nor their horizon is, but it is probably not as quick as the horizon we'd like to see. It's all market-driven. You know, if we can bring a Cabela's and a Walmart to this location, and our development partner can bring along with that additional tenancy, the sooner we build it out, the happier we'll be.
Thank you. I do have a question about signage on the, shown in this design standard pattern book. On this on this master sign plan, right, page 2-1, in particular, the project ID monument signs, and in particular, sign 2.4 and 2.5, these are off-site, off-premise signs, is that correct? Are those in the city or those in the county?
But in right-of-way. And
You're talking about the one on 40th?
There's one
Sort of
way,
south.
one way down there on 58 in the new interchange, right, and then one down at 32nd and Cabela Drive extension.
Right. I think we were encouraged to try to achieve that, and that's why we put on the master sign plan. I'm not sure whether it's county or city-owned.
Well, just off the top of my head, and kind of Ken and I conferring, on private property in the city,
Okay.
approved per our most recent sign code amendment.
And then on page 2.2, we have a little bit of specifics for wall signage, right? And in particular, we have the Cabela's one. And you're proposing, well, it says sign area allowed 1,570 square feet, proposing 1,488 square feet. That's a lot of signs. Is that Allen's store, those prototypes you saw? I guess how would that 1,488 be distributed throughout the four sides of the building?
Well, the way this is designed is we can distribute them as we need to, and we're consistent with typical signage for a Cabela building. The sign that you're looking at here on the primary facade is 654 square feet. There will also be another sign, and I guess we'll show that when we come back for the specific ODP, on the west side of the building facing Cabela Drive. It's just not incorporated in these documents. So there'll be two primary signs for Cabela's, one on the south and one on the west.
Okay, that's all I know. Thank you. And then on the architectural materials, EFS, how are you proposing to regulate that?
Well, we had a discussion, we had a pretty frank discussion with Meredith and Ken about it when we were back together responding to their comments and concerns. And my comment was, what's the problem with the exterior insulation finish system? Because in a commercial application with certified contractors, a lot of the problems that you've seen in the past as it relates to EFS have to do with primarily residential construction where water infiltration has occurred. We don't think EFS is a bad material, because what it also does is it helps us insulate the buildings as well. And so it really helps us with the insulation and then the finish system, and then there's a various number of different types of finishes that we can select. We also have the right to use stucco in its natural format. We just didn't want to handcuff an applicant by saying, hey, EFS is not allowed, remembering that on these primary facades, we have to use all these materials over 75%. No one's going to do an EFS building for that whole facade, for example. So, we think it's an okay material. We know it works in commercial construction applications.
So currently, according to these current regulations, how is it being, I guess, what would you classify that as?
What would I classify?
In terms of this not exceed 25% or the over 25%, I guess. You're saying it's not prohibited. Are you all classifying it as it can't exceed more than 25%? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I am.
Right. It would be classified as a primary currently?
Let me get to the page, excuse me.
That's fine. And my concern is with EFS, I've seen applications where it's in like drive-through restaurants and entranceways, especially at ground level, automobile level, where it gets chipped off right and exposed and it becomes really unattractive.
Well, your point's well taken, is that we're showing it as a primary material, and we know that of these four primary materials, 75% have to be on a primary facade. Typically, we would not use stucco down to grade. We would use a harder material. That's why we're looking at the natural and stimulated stone. If you look at the non-primary materials, the cast stone, for example, is a product that's often used at the base of buildings, at the base of columns. So I hope that answers your question.
If I could just add, the discussions that we've had with the applicant have certainly been that there are appropriate and inappropriate areas to use synthetic stucco, to your point. And if the applicant's amenable, I would certainly think it would be appropriate to maybe give a little definition to that so that they're not used at the base of the building, they're not used in pedestrian areas where they're subject to damage and just not a real appropriate material. That's certainly been our discussion with the applicant.
Yeah, typically, the rule of thumb is above 10 feet. So that's again, going back to some of the Commissioner's comments on the fluidity of this document as we go through the process. So we can certainly take a look at that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, Mark?
Yes, you mentioned sustainability in your opening speech, but I don't see any references to sustainable architectural design. Is this something you're going to get to, or?
Could you repeat the question?
You mentioned sustainability in the opening, and I haven't heard any reference to architectural sustainable design, such as LEED or anything. Is that something that is going to be addressed?
Well, on behalf of my client, I could attempt to answer this, and Dennis, you may want to answer it as well. We'll use sustainable design principles in the design of the building and the site. To say we're going to do a LEED building that's USGBC certified, I believe at this point we're not. But that is a question that often comes up. And the USGBC process as it relates to large format retailers can work in some instances, in some instances it can't. I've learned a good lesson. I happen to be working with Bob Gibbs on an entitlement process in Gainesville, Florida. And part of sustainability also has to do with the economic viability of the project. So we could go back, we could evaluate a building to see if it can become LEED, but to make that a requirement of the zoning may hurt us as it relates to all the various entities who are purchasing lots to do buildings. So I hope that answers your question a little bit, and I don't know, Dennis, if you wanted to discuss LEED as it relates to Cabela's or sustainability.
I think the comment I'd offer you in a matter here of us looking at a zoning requirement for a project such as this or any of the projects that we look at, the nature of what we look at and most other retailers that are in the business today, sustainability would be just a fundamental business activity that they look at. So from a standpoint of where you are in that position, it's very difficult to put a measuring stick against it. It could be through, as Noel said, a USGBC measuring stick, or it could be through, is this an economical solution? And if so, would you employ it? And of course, you would probably look at that. So I don't know that we necessarily would want to look at a measuring stick as much as the philosophy we would approach is that of considering and using sustainability in the projects we do.
Well, I understand that LEED is not necessarily the ultimate measuring stick, but energy codes are changing quickly. And for instance, I know there's been studies in Walmart on daylighting, and they found that retail sales go up with daylighting. And I just wanted to know if there was any encouragement from the other design, for the design guidelines to encourage this practice.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I think some of the questions you're asking relate to the design of the specific buildings that are already designed for this project, so lots 1, 2, and 5, and those are the ones we're going to talk to you about at the specific ODP presentation. If the question is, are we requiring, LEED certification or energy efficient or sustainability as a requirement of the zoning for the overall project, the answer is no. But as to those buildings that we have control over, because we, the applicants that are here before you tonight, are building them, we will be able to talk to you about the specific energy efficiency and sustainable measures planned for those buildings when we talk to you about the SDP on April 7th.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Yes, for the most part.
Ann?
Then can I just, since you had spoken, the architect had spoken about the previous retail work that you've been doing, have you encouraged sustainability on any of those?
Well, that's a very good question. Here's the difficulty on large format retail projects and large mixed-use projects. When we opened SODO in 2008, it was not a LEED building. But if you were to evaluate LEED, and by the way, USGBC just changed their standards for LEED in 2009. There's things like, you have to evaluate the site initially, okay? We collected all the stormwater from all the pervious material. It had to go through a filtration system back to St. John's, which is their water source. We used, for example, reflective membranes on the roof, okay, to reflect the heat demand for the air conditioning in the summer. We had a very sophisticated wall section, for lack of a better word, because in that part of the world we were really concerned about the water membrane and water infiltration because of a mold concern. We had a very tight building from an energy efficient standpoint. If we were to go back and evaluate the building as an existing building, so say LEED for existing buildings, I would think that we'd be very close, okay? But to do it from sort of the beginning of the project and incorporate it in some of the large format retail projects, it's a little bit of a cumbersome process. On this project in particular, the site being a former gravel pit and now having this development, the way we're handling stormwater, the way we're treating the stormwater, we have a number of site issues that we're handling well. I'm sure the building will meet Colorado energy requirements. And as it relates to big format retailers, a lot of it has to do with sort of their corporate mantra. Like Walmart, for example, I know it did a great job, and always has done a great job with lighting by the use of natural light. Well, this works for Walmart. It may not work for all retailers. But there's things like lighting controls that you can incorporate. There's LEED for neighborhood development that can be, analyzed. What we are seeing in our office is that the smaller, more manageable projects are looking for LEED certification. The larger format projects are embracing the concepts but don't like the measuring stick as the sort of overall enforcement. And then that goes back to the concept of sustainable design also as economically viable design. When we looked at LEED in our Starkville, Mississippi project, our contractor working with us had a 6 to 7% construction budget increase to be LEED compliant.
LEED silver?
That was, we were looking at one building which we're rehabbing. That was started at LEED silver, ended up sustainable only. Now we're looking at smaller projects where we're looking at 1 to 3% being an initial cost issue. And it has to do with the mechanical system and those types of things.
Okay.
So to answer your question, that I hope summarized our thoughts.
It did. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Look at Alan's face. Your face.
I'll get you to your slide. That's you.
Okay, thanks. So I'm Angela Milewski. The last name's spelled Milewski. I know you need help spelling that one. But I'm with BHA Design. We're landscape architects here in Colorado at 1603 Oak Ridge Drive in Fort Collins. And as a Colorado landscape architecture firm, we've been lucky enough to be a part of many notable projects in the Denver and Front Range areas. And we have a specialty and a reputation we've developed in the design and implementation of sustainable sites. So we're happy to be here tonight to talk to you a little bit about the landscape and the approaches taken in the pattern book specific to that. So, as Noel mentioned, the pattern book gives us an opportunity to set quantities and standards that are based on your zoning code, but then build on those to create a theme that's unique for this particular project. As for landscape, the pattern book, that section covers not only streetscape design, but also site landscape design and site amenities for the entire project. And we believe that the landscape and the site really play an important role, not only in the sustainability issues we were just talking about, but also in the visual character of the development. And we feel that this is a chance to set a theme that sets this development apart. So we can acknowledge with our design standards these unique features that are special to the site: Clear Creek Trail, Clear Creek itself, and the visual, the views to the foothills. And so we can develop a site character that reflects and complements these adjacent natural settings with the landscape design. So our themes that we talk about in the pattern book and we set forth with the design standards are based on informal and naturalistic plant groupings and even some linear patterns that might represent orchards or windbreaks, but we're really trying to develop some extension and demonstration of this high plains Colorado character. So again, in the pattern book, we establish minimum landscape quantities for both streetscape and for the individual sites. And you'll notice these relate directly to those within your zoning code. But it also establishes specific native and adaptive plant species. We have a very comprehensive plant list within the pattern book that will be used on the project. And these plants, these species, support not only that character and the theme, but they promote the biodiversity and xeriscape principles to help establish a low water use project as well. The streetscape treatments, if you see in the pattern book, they're zoned to really create a sequence of settings. So we're focusing high-intensity plantings at key intersections and identifying those within the pattern book, and also those focal points, pedestrian areas within the development. So it's a little bit different pattern than the traditional urban street grid because of the character of the site and the character of the area. And the pattern book also establishes minimum quantities for, and also styles for site amenities, including benches and trash receptacles, tree grates, planters, and lighting as well. Again, we're trying to further, along with the architecture and the signs, further demonstrate this theme that's specific to the project. And before I step down, I just want to help address the one question that came up about lighting, just to talk a bit more about that in detail, and we can also answer specific questions about it. But I think what I heard is there was a question or concern that came up previously specifically about the lighting height, and then especially in the areas, in this area adjacent to the residential area, correct? So we have a couple things there I just want to talk about that are included either in the pattern book or in the concept ODP. And first of all, within the pattern book, in the lighting section, we do have some very specific language that the lighting, although it is allowed to be 35 feet high, this is an industry standard on the low end of an industry standard for retail for these larger parking lot spaces. And again, it allows a typical height without having dozens more poles. So we can have a good balance between the height of the fixture and the number of poles within the parking lots. And within the pattern book, we have standards saying that it shall be designed to contain the illumination on site. So that addresses the light levels at the property line. And that's documented with the photometric plans that are reviewed by city staff that again address and confirm that there is no light spill directly beyond the property line in terms of foot candles. But also, I think more importantly, is that the light fixtures shall be downcast, fully shielded, and full cutoff. And this addresses the direct visual appearance to the light source as you're talking about. And so it's addressed here with very strong language. And just a couple more things specifically about this area. You'll see more about this in the April 7th hearing when we look at the site-specific ODP. But this location, there's a pretty substantial grade drop that happens there. This is a very high area in relation to the area within the concept ODP, to the point where I believe this is 30 to 40 feet lower than the housing areas. So if you think about the height of a 35-foot fixture, but the grade is 30 to 40 feet lower, you're still above that fixture in terms of visibility to to the light source. And secondly, within our concept ODP, on page 2 in the development standards, we have a very specific requirement. We worked with the staff addressing that adjacent residential issue specifically. And there's a requirement there for a solid screen wall or fence along that entire residential edge where these lots are abut the residential areas, as well as, in addition to that, a 20-foot wide landscape buffer. So we're really beefing up and requiring substantial screening along that edge, as well as just the natural grade drop that happens there as well. So it's certainly been an issue of discussion, and that's we have good language in the pattern book and the ODP to help address that.
If there's one question for you.
Yes.
I have questions.
Hi, I had a quick question about the sort of the transition between, or the boundary between the open space, proposed open space and restorative wetlands area, and the more commercial parts of the property, specifically on Lot 1. I notice in the sort of conceptual plan that the Cabela's, which would be sort of sitting in this northeast corner over here, that the back of that would come up pretty hard against the sort of open space designated boundary. And I was just curious as to sort of conceptually what, I have two questions. One is what sort of transition or landscaping treatment are you considering for that boundary, making the transition from, for example, the back of that building and the sort of north side of those commercial areas into the open space? And secondly, what's the intent with regard to the those long ponds that run east-west along the south side of the current multi-use trail that are already there? Are you planning on retaining those, or is something else happening to those?
I'll talk about, let me try to address the first question, and then I might need help potentially in the second one. But you're right, the Cabela site, and again, we'll go into that much more specifically at the April 7th
Yeah, I'm just
meeting.
Conceptually is all I'm talking
Generally,
about. Yeah.
Cabela's is located there because they really see that Clear Creek as an amenity to their store customers. They have plans for boat displays and a real frontage along I-70, along that pedestrian trail corridor to the east, and there is service. Stores need service, but the requirements for screening of service areas is very strong within the pattern book as well. So. And the adjacency of their building to Clear Creek is set up because they see that as an advantage. In terms of landscape buffering, there's quite a bit of distance there. There's between there and the trail, and just the requirements for on-site landscaping that are within the pattern book will require that buffer to occur. But they also want to create a visual connection to that trail area as well, as they see that as an amenity. In terms of the ponds that are there today, I know that there are some regrading that is happening in this area. Dennis, there's some pond regrading and some changes happening there, but for the most part, most of this area will remain the same. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. Where Cabela Drive will cross over Clear Creek, from that point east is the location of the future water quality pond that we are working on. So there will be regrading in that area as we create the water quality pond for this drainage area, very large drainage area. To the extent that we do not impact any of those ponds further to the east, that is not our intent to do that. So there's a little bit of rework, but it's not intended to take them out.
Okay. Ann?
And I just had one other question. When you were designing or picking the plantings, et cetera, did you look at the historic rainfall and wind conditions on that property?
Well, we do most of our work in Colorado and actually Wyoming as well, and so rainfall and wind are certainly issues. The plant list, we do have areas, though, also in every site that are naturally wetter areas as you're dealing with drainage and conveying drainage conveyance through the site. So our plant list has a full palette. There are areas that are wetter once the site is developed, and also drier areas as well, but we have a long history of working with plants that are adapted solid species in Colorado and still reflect the drier xeric environment as well to try to keep the water use down.
Okay. And then the second question is, do you agree and accept the conditions that were provided by the Forestry and Open Space Supervisor for Wheat Ridge?
We do.
Thank you.
Scott?
I did not see the comments by Margaret from the city forester, but the comment I have is kind of along the same lines. You mentioned the word xeriscape, but I know that 4 of the 7 deciduous trees that you have in there are actually considered high water use and are actually prohibited by most cities. And to be honest, I mean, the cottonwood trees, also create an enormous amount of cotton, and they stain the concrete and a tire when you sit on stuff, and they're prone to branches breaking off. Would you consider updating that plant list in the pattern book and modify it to meet the criteria of the City of Wheat Ridge Streetscape Design Manual once the manual is adopted by City Council?
We would. Let me just talk a little bit about the use of cottonwoods. The reason that species is there is a portion of this site does cross Clear Creek, and so there's a very natural character there where in those locations it would seem appropriate to begin to group with the street tree requirements that we have. We will be having trees cutting through there, so to change to that species to help continue that riparian corridor is the reason that they are there. So there may be a way to specify where those specific species you're concerned about might be used in the area close to Clear Creek or eliminate them completely. But to us, that was a strong reason to include them on the list to be able to create and continue that Clear Creek character that exists there today.
I would agree with you. I think the cottonwoods could have a place along the creek. But there's, like I said, there's 4 of the 7 plants. I think that list will have to be probably added. Thank you.
Steve?
Just one question. The commissioners received an Exhibit 8 from the neighborhood meeting on February 25th, 2010 about a resident in the area wanted to know about the possibility of realigning the bike path or multi-use trail right behind Lot 5 and up around Lot 6 to avoid some of the, potential hazards with crossing with the automobile traffic. Do you know, do you have a copy of this? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Could we take a look at that? I'm
Sure.
sorry, we're trying to formulate an answer, but I haven't seen that.
My question is it's not shown in this plan that we're seeing tonight. I'm just wondering, y'all's thought process if you've, about this.
That was something that was debated with the original development, whether it should go behind essentially those rear lots and wrap around the Coors Water Pond, and it was decided that the better location would be adjacent to the street.
That was a joint decision with the city and the applicant?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If we're at a break in the presentation, we've been at it for a little over 2 hours. I think it's time for a 10-minute break and come back at 9:15. Okay. Okay, if you could continue at the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Once again, Carolyn White, Land Use Counsel for Cabela's. We will bring this presentation to a conclusion and get to public testimony just as quickly as we can. I know we're all anxious to hear from everyone who showed up to testify tonight. I just want to do two quick things. I'd like to bring to a close the discussion on sustainability and then talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan and the criteria. And then, of course, we stand by to answer your questions and give our concluding remarks at the end of the public testimony. Briefly on the sustainability question, when we're talking about sustainability as it relates to this project, we're talking about it the way it's used in your comprehensive plan, your sustainable future, your three goals, people, planet, profit. Right? So people talks about employment opportunities, convenient access to needed retail goods and commercial services within the community. Planet talks about conservation of resources, reduction in greenhouse gases, water efficiency, water quality, and so on. And then prosperity, which talks about the diverse employment and career opportunities and economic gain, commercial businesses, fiscal health of the city. So we're talking about targeting our proposal towards trying to achieve goals in all three of those categories. And I think some that are the most obvious are obviously those talking about economic and fiscal health of the city, sales tax, job opportunities, and that's really not so much the focus of a land use hearing usually. But I know some of you were asking specifically about sustainable features of this ODP proposal. Some of those we kind of skimmed over in the presentation, but you saw in the landscaping presentation, it talks about low water use plants, it talks about biodiversity, it talks about natural scape and clustering rather than a sort of formal landscaping layout. Similarly, when we talk about water quality and water efficiency, this regional detention facility that we're proposing to construct is going to significantly improve the quality of the runoff from this area that's going into Clear Creek right now. It's going to temporarily detain and improve the water quality of all those waters which are not being detained right now, not just from this Cabela's site, but it actually is going to collect from a little bit broader area than that. So that's what we mean when we're talking about sustainability as it relates to this ODP. Are we requiring in the zoning that there be solar panels and so on? No. But all of the applicants for this ODP who are part of the specific ODP certainly have intentions to construct their portion of the project to the maximum energy efficiency and sustainability that they can attain given their business models, and we'll definitely talk about that in more detail at the next hearing. And then briefly, we have, in fact, reviewed the open space and landscaping comments. We got them tonight, and we are prepared to agree to that condition that our pattern book be modified to reflect these changes recommended by your staff. Okay. All right, so just very briefly to summarize with the criteria, as I mentioned before, there are 5 criteria in your code. You need 4 out of the 5 for rezoning. We think we have all 5 of them. In addition to the 5, though, there's one either or as a threshold question, and that's either there's an error in the zoning map or there's been a change in character in the area. We're not saying that we think there's an error in the zoning map. We agree with staff. There's no error. But we do agree with staff that there has been a change in character in the area. There was a change in character prior to the time the original ODP was approved in 2006, and the area has continued to evolve since then in some of the ways that we've talked about tonight and that we're showing on this slide. So clearly that first threshold criterion is met. The first of the 5 criteria is this one about compliance with the comprehensive plan. As I already mentioned, the comprehensive plan specifically calls out this area. It specifically identifies precisely the types of uses that we're proposing here today, and specifically talks about this being the best opportunity for the city to meet some of its goals related to increasing sales tax revenue and changing market perceptions. This is a little excerpt from your comprehensive plan where it talks specifically about what type of development is envisioned for this regional commercial center, which is the only regional commercial center designated in the 2009 Wheat Ridge Comprehensive Plan. This slide also shows some of the overall plan goals that development of the regional commercial center in this fashion would achieve. I'm not going to go through all of them, but just to briefly summarize some of them. Community of choice, creating gateways, that's one of the things we're trying to achieve with these significant gateway monument signs that we're showing in the design pattern book. Retention of existing retailers and attraction of quality retail development. This is the type of site that retailers want to be at today. Obviously, the retail market isn't what it was several years ago, but for those projects that are getting built and those new retailers that are coming to town, this is the type of project they want to be in, with a high-quality, overall, unifying elements of design that has fantastic access and terrific visibility. These are some of the other goals that we talked about. Infill and redevelopment. This is the largest infill and redevelopment opportunity within the city of Wheat Ridge, that's, and the only one, as I mentioned, targeted for regional commercial. We talked about gateways and corridors. The second of these goals is compatibility with the neighborhood. In some sense, we really already addressed this because this ODP was approved in 2006, and we had to prove then that it was compatible with the neighborhood, and we're not proposing significant changes from that. However, there have been a couple of questions about, for example, transition areas and lighting and impacts on the adjacent properties. So I do want to just show you, this is another map similar to the one that Meredith showed at the beginning about what type of development is existing immediately adjacent to the project. Light industrial to the north, commercial to the east, commercial immediately to the south. There is a residential development due south, sort of behind the Coors Pond and Lot 5. There has been some discussion already about the significant site design characteristics that were incorporated into the original ODP in order to protect and soften that transition, and that's a wider than usual buffer area, screen walls, height limitations that apply specifically to that lot, and so on. And then also, of course, to the west is the Coors Pond, the water storage area, and the golf course. So this project is definitely compatible with the surrounding zoning, and we're not proposing to significantly change the zoning. This is just an amendment to the pre-existing PCD zoning. Criterion number 3, significant social, recreational, physical, and/or economic benefits. There's really no question about the economic benefits. We've talked a little bit about some of the recreational and social benefits we think will accrue from increasing connectivity here as it relates to the trail system, bicycle, pedestrian system, and so on. We've talked also a little bit about Cabela's conservation goals and its sort of overall good citizen partnerships, and wherever there's a Cabela's store, there's always a lot of community activities related to some of these conservation organizations that Cabela's traditionally partners with. Number 4, adequate infrastructure exists. That's already been hit, I think, in great detail, but if you have any questions and you want to talk about that, those infrastructure questions, we'd be happy to address them. Not only does adequate infrastructure exist to support the proposed development, the infrastructure that this development will bring and will support and will impart finance actually is going to address some regional deficiencies and increase capacity to a degree greater than the demand it is creating. So this project is going to create future infrastructure capacity, as Chris Foshing talked about when he went through all the improvements that are going to be constructed as part of this project. And then finally, no adverse impact on the public health, safety, and welfare. The significant public benefits have already been addressed. We talked about all the significant traffic improvements. There will not be light or air pollution as a result of this project. That's one factor you look at with this criterion. We've talked a little bit about how that light will be measured, and if there's any other questions about that, we'd be happy to address it. But the design pattern book does require full cutoff lighting. It does require that for each individual SDP or each individual FDP that comes forward, that there be a photometric plan demonstrating that there's 0-foot candles at the property line, and all of the future development will have to comply with that. That concludes our formal presentation. We do have all our team here to answer any additional questions you might have. I hope you'll agree with us that it meets all 5 of these criteria for rezoning. In conclusion, I would just like to mention that we once again request the opportunity to make our concluding remarks at the end of the public testimony, and then also reiterate that we concur with the staff report. We agree with all the conditions in the staff report, with the exception of condition 4, to which we've proposed some clarifying language that I think staff will share with you at the time when you get ready to take action on this item. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Questions? No, thank you. Not at this time.
Oh, I think there is.
Did you get your answered on the? Didn't you have a question on the comments?
Meredith will be glad to. I mean, I was satisfactory with it, but Meredith may want to reiterate.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe Commissioner Timms had a question about uses in the use chart, or do you want to talk about that now?
I'll probably say that till the end after the public testimony, if that's okay.
Is that it? Okay, this will start the public hearing part of it, and I think I will arrange it to, we've got a list of about a half dozen people that want to speak in favor of it, and then a list of people that want to oppose it. And I think I'll start off with the people in favor of it and let the people that oppose it close out the show. When you come forward to provide testimony, if you can bring us new information or simply state that you are opposed to it due to increased traffic or whatever, that's probably enough. So if you can come forward and state your name for the record and tell us what information you have for us. The people that are in favor. George Jorgensen, is he still here? Carrie Lynn White? Never mind. John Moore?
Good evening. I'm John Moore, M-O-O-R-E, 13950 West 32nd Avenue, Golden, Colorado. I want to disclose that I have been hired by Mr. Armstrong for Cabela's, but I've been a property owner, homeowner in that area since 1968. And I just wanted to add that I'm in favor of this project because having grown up in the area of 32nd and Youngfield and seeing some of the metamorphoses of the Applewood Shopping Center, where it started as a Woolco and was a little bit run down and grungy at the time and kind of became a Walmart that was only modestly better at that point. I'm eager to see the improved energy that could possibly come out of a master development such as this. The Applewood Shopping Center seems to have been a mishmash of attempts to cram extra retail space into an area that doesn't really have parking and great access and great movement. I don't think the energy that comes out of the Applewood Shopping Center is something that everybody can really be excited about, and I think the energy that something like a master planned development that is probably the only place the city has something this large that they could offer is something I'm excited about, and I know that my neighbors are equally as excited about it. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. David Lynn Clausen, I think I saw him take off earlier. Kevin McCaskey.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Kevin McCaskey, last name spelled M-C-C-A-S-K-Y. I'm here on two roles. One, as a former Jefferson County Commissioner, and if this hearing was held less than 3 weeks ago, I'd be here in my official capacity as a County Commissioner. But I'm here in my new official role as the CEO of the Jefferson Economic Council. But I would like to offer a little context and first and foremost urge your approval and positive recommendation to the City Council for this project. As a County Commissioner and for the past 6 years, I was intimately involved in working hand in glove with the City of Wheat Ridge, your mayor and council members, and the applicant Cabela's. And also working to the extent in concert that you see before you this evening, the application for the annexation of the county's Table Mountain Animal Center property. Really, we have participated, we at the county in the transportation projects at I-70 and State Highway 58, bringing in the Colorado Department of Transportation. 32nd and Youngfield, there currently exists an intergovernmental agreement between Jefferson County, Cabela's, and the City of Wheat Ridge to finish that project once this development comes to fruition. As well, there are many other decisions that I was a part of as a commissioner to really bring this major and what I would consider a critical project to fruition for the City of Wheat Ridge and the County of Jefferson. Now, in my new capacity and speaking officially for the Jefferson Economic Council, the potential impact, the positive impact that this project would have on both creating jobs now in the construction phase and into the future for many, many, many years for both the city of Wheat Ridge and Jefferson County is undeniable, and it is critical that we continue to seek this type of investment in our community for our citizens. You know, this, the ability to attract jobs is really something that we're focusing on, all of your elected officials, all of your economic development partners, and that obviously starts at the local level and goes to Governor Hickenlooper and even through Congress and the President of the United States. So we feel that it is imperative to support the project. Again, its long-term positive impact is substantial and will have provide many returns for the city of Wheat Ridge and the county of Jefferson and our residents. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Janice Thompson?
Janice Thompson, the City of Wheat Ridge, THOMPSON. Cabela's is committed to excellence, and I am so excited about this development. We've shopped many times at the one in Nebraska and also had the pleasure of going to the old rundown Mervyn's store in Grand Junction to see how much that has brought that whole area into a whole revitalization. The surrounding stores are benefiting from that Cabela's that has been built there in Grand Junction. It's improved the shopping. It's just brought in people from all over. And so that's something that's going to happen for us as well. Wheat Ridge has needed something like this forever. All the other cities surrounding us have gotten all of the big developments, and we've just kind of been left by the wayside. This land was going to develop no matter who came in there, and it could have been developed in a very hodgepodge manner because someone like Cabela's had to come in to help us with the infrastructure. And so we have been really blessed as a city to have this company come in for us. I do have a couple of things. I would love to see you not build hotels. Wheat Ridge has plenty of hotels along I-70, and I really don't see a hotel as being something that I'd like to see happen in that area, but that's just my own personal opinion. And also on the signage, I love the monument signs and all of that, but I do not like the signs that flick around and show you all of these new messages and everything. I think they're cheesy. But anyway, that's my opinion. I did have a question that's outside of this development, but is related to this development. Our sidewalks on Youngfield from 38th Avenue to 44th. People can access Cabela's along the Greenbelt during the daylight, but the Greenbelt trail is supposed to be closed at dusk, and it doesn't open until dawn. And so people cannot access that if they're coming down 44th on bicycle or as a pedestrian, or if they're on 38th Avenue and they do not want to go by the busy shopping center area. If they want to come down to the access there on Youngfield, there's no sidewalks. And I really think that that's a real disservice to the people using it. It's not Cabela's responsibility to put in those sidewalks. It is the City of Wheat Ridge's, and I hope that you will look into doing that because you are going to be making some money from Cabela's, and I think that that money should go into additional sidewalk and safety along Youngfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pronto, can you address that issue at some point in the future?
Yes. I can speak to the lack of sidewalk between 40th and 44th, and the reason when that was widened we didn't build sidewalk is it would be a throwaway project. CDOT will be moving Youngfield to the east when they do their next phase of the interchange improvements. They're going to be replacing the flyover eastbound 58 to 70 bridge sometime in the future, and at that point they will be moving Youngfield. And so Youngfield, at that location, doesn't have walks because it'd be a throwaway. There are walks along Youngfield to just short of 38th, but I believe there is a section from 38th to the north that might be lacking some sidewalk at this time.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in favor? Oh, if you can come forward and state your name.
My name is Edna Michaelos, and I'm a resident and a business owner in the area. And I would like to say that I do believe the Cabela's project and development will be a positive tax as well as employment area or employment base for the area. I do have a couple things that I am a little nervous about, making sure that in the original ODP there was a restriction on no overnight parking for RVs and campers, and I'd like to see that remain a standard in that area. And also with the reader signs, that there are 2 along the I-70 corridor that really are obnoxious, and I would like not to see any more reader signs on that. But other than that, welcome.
Thank you. I've got a couple of names that doesn't state they actually signed up for the public comment, and we'll just go with them. Don Klassen.
Got lots of notes here, but I'll cut it really short.
Okay.
I am not adamantly opposed to the development of the area. I happen to live in the subdivisions on 32nd Street on the right-hand side, so we are going to get the maximum amount of traffic noise and traffic on 32nd Street. So, my fervent plea to the planning is to make sure that the wall barriers on the residential side, which is a county area, that the walls be taken down and raised to an appropriate level to minimize the amount of noise coming into the residential areas, because they're talking about a five-lane road running right along the end of Wheat Ridge. Okay, and that wall ought to extend far enough back and down along towards the Coors Pond there to mitigate to the extent possible the amount of residual noise that we get. I would also point out that the Coors Pond is a very attractive nuisance to little kids. It seems to me that the plan ought to require that those ponds be protected or keep the kids out type of thing with minimal chain link fence and whatever else you can do to keep that as being a potential hazard to juveniles or little kids up to juveniles. And, it's really attractive, to go out there and play in the water, and it's extraordinarily dangerous. So it seems to me that the Planning Commission ought to be very pointed in how to protect the children from getting into the area and causing a tragedy. Okay. So I love Cabela's, and so I'm not opposed to the concept. I'm opposed to how it impacts on the residential community that was there before Cabela's came in.
Okay, we've got a question for you.
I have a question. During the traffic study portion of the presentation, it was presented that since the enhancements to State Highway 58, that there has been less traffic on 32nd Avenue coming to and from McIntyre, from Youngfield to McIntyre. Have you noticed that?
We have the crossing 32nd Street to go to the grade school there is a major hazard to anybody, whether they're adult or children. The amount of traffic on 32nd is very large because 32nd runs from downtown Golden up to the hospital and all of those kinds of things. Parenthetically, how they're going to get the path along 32nd Street and get people down to Clear Creek is not clear in my mind, because I don't think the space between the property and the roadway is big enough.
Okay.
My estimation. So I think that ought to be looked into.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yep.
Thank you.
Mary Ann Ortiz. There's Don again. Larry Close? No comment. Bernadette Hamill Ava? Oh, okay. Edna Miklos? Oh, okay. Flora Andrus?
Good evening. I'm Flora Andrus. I wear several hats, but this time I'm putting on my Fairmount Improvement Association hat. Of all the traffic studies that I see and have heard tonight, well, they've been wonderful and wonderful results, and we're glad that things are coming along as they are. We in Fairmount don't see that there's been anything that we see, or I heard, addressing the traffic to this development that's coming from the north, meaning McIntyre Street, which is the main street in our community. And so I'm asking to see, I would like to know what figures there might be, as well as when the bridge goes over to 44th Avenue, that's a little slow area and on 44th Avenue, which is going to be heavily impacted by the crossing. And we knew that when the bridge was being put in, and but we are interested in what kind of impact that any traffic study would have from that access. So that's one of the questions I have for you. And the sidewalks are true. The sidewalks we do need. We're so pleased that we have a sidewalk for walking over the bridge at 58th, because Fairmount always wanted to access Clear Creek. And this is going to be that opportunity for us. And so we are glad for that. But for the other sidewalks on the other side, that is not well worked out. Although we do have some form of a landscape plan on the north side of 44th, where Wheat Ridge has annexed the road. But the sidewalk situation still remains not addressed. One thing about lights, all the studies you can tell me, the question we have is, can we still see the stars at night? And we really do think that you've come a long way, and we appreciate all the work that's being done, and it'll be a wonderful development. But those are the questions that we feel that, I feel that we don't have good answers to yet. If we can have something on that line, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stan Dempsey?
I have a printed statement, if that would be helpful to the...
Okay.
Yeah. Good evening, Commission members. My name is Stan Dempsey. My spelling of my last name is D-E-M-P-S-E-Y. I reside at 3110 Alkire Street in Golden, and I'm representing the Applewood Property Owners Association this evening. And I'm a member of the Property Owners Association. I'm here on their behalf. As you know, our association was actively involved in the public process surrounding what most of us refer to as the Cabela's development. The project now before the Planning Commission since the beginning. Although we have submitted extensive comments at various stages of the process, both on behalf of our association and our individual members of the community, we were not given notice of tonight's public meeting. We learned of the meeting only this week when one of our neighbors informed us of the postings on the property and have had insufficient opportunity to review the pending proposal. In the spirit of conducting a meaningful open and public meeting, we think it's important that the homeowners association that represents over 1,000 of the homes most directly impacted by this project be given direct notice of a meeting as critical as this one, particularly in light of our active past participation. We respectfully request that this hearing be continued to a time when with due notice we can be better prepared to address the pending proposal. I want to make several other points about some of the work we've done together on this proposal. We've received a commitment early on that all of the access points and road improvements would be in place before project opening, including among those improvements a new exit from Highway 58 at Holden Street is to be constructed to serve the primary access for the development. We continue to maintain that Highway 58th access is essential to avoid overwhelming the neighborhood with traffic approaching the development from 32nd Avenue. In addition, all promised improvements on and around 32nd Avenue must be completed before store opening, including promised changes to westbound traffic exiting I-70 at Youngfield and 32nd Avenue, and traffic flowing onto I-70 westbound at 32nd and Zinnia. In light of the intervening years, the previously slated improvements must be compatible with the revised traffic analysis, which we understand the City of Wheat Ridge has at its disposal, but we have not had an opportunity to review, and I think you covered some of that early in the presentation. We think that there needs to be the commitment remaining regarding trail connections and improvements must be honored. Number 3, previously established height restrictions, limitations on use, and parameters regarding lighting were designed to maintain a level of compatibility between the project and its residential neighbors. And I mean, I think those are the kinds of changes that you've heard a lot about today or this evening about the changes to the lighting plan. I think we simply want the opportunity to review those more comprehensively, and so we're prepared to give you comment whether they're good or whether they need further modification. There have been bald eagle sightings in the area of the development during the years since the original zoning and planning of this project. We believe that any work on the project must be in compliance with the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. It is our understanding, that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Colorado Department of Wildlife are aware of those sightings. Finally, we'd like to have assurance that the APOA received notice on all future public proceedings on the project in a timely and effective manner. Our written submission of these comments contains the address of our president of the association, and we'd very much appreciate to continue to be involved in the public process, and thank you for the work that you do. But we would ask that you continue this matter so that the neighbors surrounding the project have additional time and have additional notice. I looked, for example, at the notice of public hearing that was a part of the city's listing of notices. It doesn't have a date when the notice was actually given. Now, I might be looking at the wrong notice, and I don't want to impugn the credibility of your staff, but I think it's important that there be a date when a notice is issued, because the only notice we received was the one that was on the fence of the property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shirley Snyder.
My name is Shirley Schneider, S-C-H-N-E-I-D-E-R. I'm a director on the board of the Applewood Valley Association, Post Office Box 25, Golden, 80402. We represent about 2,000 homes immediately south of Wheat Ridge and the APOA area. See the green part on the Jeffco handout from the 2006 that we have given you. We are the green section. As you know, our community of about 7,000 homes and 150 businesses surrounding this development formed the CCV-NC Clear Creek Valley Neighborhood council in 2004 to improve understanding and communication. It resulted in great success for the developer, for Wheat Ridge, for Jefferson County, and for our surrounding communities. Some of us, like all of you, are new to these seats. However, we have been vital members of our communities for quite a long time, and we do share our legacies from year to year, decade to decade. As responsible citizens, we expect continuity. That means formal decisions result in appropriate follow-through. We are disappointed that no communication has been attempted by either developers or city for over a year. And now, with the barest of notice, signs on a fence, we are expected to nod okay at a major change. What we need now, before approvals are granted to the ODP and any related items, is a restored set of commitments to all the details from 2006. Also, we need to see how all of the changes would result in adjustments to mitigation equivalent or better than the 2006 commitments provided. We're not opposed. I know I'm listed as the opposed. We're not opposed. But let's do it right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ken Kirkland? Anyone else to come and speak before the commission?
Good evening. My name is Scott O'Donnell, O''D-O''N''N''E''L'. I'm representing Applewood Valley Association, Post Office Box 25, Golden, 80402. We as a community have invested tens of thousands of citizen hours to arrive at the resolutions of 2006. And we have been hopeful that the development that agreed to would succeed as planned. However, the new factors in this resolution compromise, in this revision, compromise that resolution. The acreage shown on the ODP on pages 2 and 3 of 3 total just over 196 acres within lots 1 through 10. Applying the floor area ratio, or the FAR, of the development standards on page 2, we see that this plan allows for about 1.5 million, that's 1.5 million square feet of floor area. That's nearly twice the floor area allowed by the ODP of 2006. In 2006, Wheat Ridge predicated approval of the ODP on the basis of 837,422 maximum square footage, and a commitment by the developer to build the list of roadway projects obtained in the ODP Exhibit 4. Those projects are the same as the projects 1 through 7 on the Jeffco handout. This one you've just been handed out on page 2. The state and federal governments gave approval based on those same commitments as reflected in the environmental assessment and the findings of no significant impact. This revision presented tonight is a significant change from the 2006 ODP. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak before the commission? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Barry, president of the Applewood Valley Association, and it pleases me to say I've been intricately involved with this, just as some others in the room have been. We worked so hard. We had very high expectations of how much success this would bring, both to Wheat Ridge and to our area. Through the years, we have studied carefully all the versions of traffic analysis. Your staff reviewed all of the revised ODP submittal, the one that we can see online. We cannot see how they could conclude, as stated on page 10 of the staff report, that this revision will not adversely affect public health, safety, or welfare. The only statement there on page 10 is, quote, "While development of the property will create higher traffic volumes to the site, the numerous roadway improvements which have already occurred in the vicinity have alleviated congestion." End of assessment. That went right past the doubled quantity of floor space in the development, and it went right past the traffic analysis, which we have not seen. We looked closely at all the other illustrations and statements in this concept ODP and in the staff report. It is obvious that this revised proposal separates the new requested approval from commitments previously made to handle the traffic impacts. On the face of the ODP documentation, the only commitments are internal to the property. The very fact that the public could not review the new traffic analysis before tonight, not even tonight, should be a clue to you that something is wrong. You are being asked to affirm the conclusions in the staff report and in the draft resolutions that say no problems will result from omitting off-site roadway projects from this ODP. The verbal presentation tonight notwithstanding, no such conclusion can be reached. If it is a true commitment to the projects, to the improvements off-site, why not include the 2006 list of required road improvements in this document that you are being asked to recommend for approval? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay.
My name is Shirley Cohen, C-O-E-N. My address is 13146 West 33rd Avenue, and I live in one of the houses that's right next to the Cabela's Drive, coming from 32nd, going towards La Quinta. So, and my house is the only one that faces north and south, and so my house is only 15 feet from the wall. And what my question is, when you rebuild the wall, are you moving it towards my house? Because I would like to add another car garage, and I don't think I'm going to be able to.
The design engineer is in the room. He can answer that, but to my knowledge, the wall gets moved closer to the property line, but stays on the city's side of the property line.
Because there has to be an access for electricity, for trucks, and to get back behind these houses. And my property line right now is only, it might be about 10 feet from my motorhome pad to that wall. So you're going to be moving that wall in. I don't know how far you're planning on moving it.
If you know where your property line is, it will stay on our side of the property line.
Okay, but isn't there a law that you have to have a certain amount of space between the property line and your property?
Each jurisdiction has their own rules, so the county probably has a rule for your property.
Okay.
But the city will be requiring the developer to rebuild this particular wall, and there is a design that was presented. It has not changed since 2006. It's the same exact design. If you saw the design in the presentation several years ago, that design has not changed.
Okay, well, then I oppose, for the record, I oppose the development then.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I will, Meredith?
Address some of the comments about the noticing that went out. Our standard notification is that we notice a 300-foot radius, which starts from the perimeter of the property, which is essentially where, north of where Youngfield Service Road ends off 32nd Avenue. And we did follow our standards. We have no requirement to notify adjacent or area homeowners associations. We typically don't keep a list. They're out of the city. And the other thing is that all of our files, once somebody makes an application, are public records. So anyone can come in and look at that traffic analysis. It's not that we are withholding it. People can come in and take a look. So, okay. Anyway.
Okay. This hereby ends the public hearing, and is there any discussion amongst the commissioners?
Does the applicant get to answer any of the...
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I'd suggest you leave the hearing open for the
open the hearing.
statements of the applicant, since that's part of the hearing record, and then close the hearing after the applicant's finished.
Okay, the hearing will remain open then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, on behalf of the applicant, we'd just like to take this opportunity to make a few concluding remarks and see if we can maybe address some of the concerns that were raised by the citizens during public comment. I'll try to address the two or three that I heard that are not traffic-related, and then I'm going to ask Chris Foshing to come up and see if he can address the couple of comments that related to traffic. Briefly, someone made a comment about digital signage. I just want to be clear for the record that to the extent digital signage is allowed under the pattern book, it is not, it is static. So it's just a method of changing static copy, and it can only change once every 15 seconds. It doesn't flash, scroll, it's not animated, it's not video. It's picture, 15 seconds, new picture. Right? And so CDOT safety standards for that transition are 6 seconds, so this is a little slower than that. There's absolutely no desire to create any kind of cheesy sort of flashing animated project here. We're talking a very high-quality digital but static sign. Another couple of comments were made about the commitments relative to the package of traffic improvements outlined in the EA, and maybe some folks believing that because we didn't talk a lot about that commitment tonight, that means that that commitment is somehow being backed away from. Let me reassure this council and the public and staff and anyone else for the record that that's certainly not the case. Those commitments are actually not contained in the ODP, and they're not being changed by the proposed amendment to the ODP. Those commitments are part of the EA, which governs what you can and can't do on this site without requiring new federal permitting. So it is absolutely Cabela's intention and their requirement that all of those traffic improvements that have been discussed that were back in 2006 required to be in place before opening day will be in place before opening day now. There's no change whatsoever relative to that commitment or to that package of traffic improvements. In fact, that's sort of the whole point of Chris Foshing's testimony, which is that notwithstanding the fact that there is additional density on this site, the new traffic analysis confirms that additional improvements are not required in order to handle that capacity, that additional demand. So I just want to make that very clear, and I know staff is proposing some additional conditions relative to what gets included in that, streetscape and landscaping, which wasn't part of the original commitment, and the applicant is prepared to agree with staff on that additional condition. Those were the 2 points that I wanted to make. I think there's a substantive traffic issue for Chris, unless you have additional questions for me.
One of the citizens talked about no overnight RV parking, and I think that's going to be a little difficult, possibly with your other tenant that's going to come in. But are you open to the prospect of allowing no RV overnight parking?
That's something I would probably need to discuss with the co-applicants before responding to. I only represent Cabela's, and that's sort of the entity that's leading this charge, but there are other co-applicants.
I'll make it easier. Do you recall if there was a discussion during the last ODP of allowing or not allowing RV parking?
There was a discussion about that.
But
Under the proposed ODP amendment, it is allowed.
Okay, thank you. And then there was discussion, there was a question about the ponds being fenced off.
The ponds are on the Coors parcel, which is subject to an FDP that was already approved. So we're not proposing to change anything relative to that tonight. We don't really have the opportunity to require fencing as part of this.
I knew that. I just want to make sure that somebody addresses it. And then the other citizen, the citizen had a point that we focused wholly on the southern part of the area, and we didn't focus a lot on the northern part where the exit off of 58 that abuts Holman, et cetera, the Holman Street. Was there a traffic study when you refreshed? Was there a traffic study of that area besides the traffic study on 32nd? Was there any traffic study on 44th?
If I may, I'd like to defer that question to our traffic engineer.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Chris Foshing with Felsberg, Holden, Olevik. Yeah, there were two questions that I heard that probably warrant my response. One of them being, what is the nature of the impact to the north, just as you're stating. I'll answer that in a couple different ways because there were a couple of streets that were brought up in that question. McIntyre was brought up, 44th was brought up, the intersection there at Holman was brought up. The intersection of Holman and 44th is covered in our traffic study, as is 44th and McIntyre. So the study does get that far over in terms of impacts and what might be needed. Let me just kind of throw out some numbers, just so you can kind of get a general sense on what the impact is. I'll talk a little level of service here as well, and I'll start with McIntyre. McIntyre has been improved in this area here recently, and our recent counts are suggesting that it's carrying about 20,000 vehicles per day. That's both directions combined. Build out of this site, if all the FARs reach their max, could add roughly 3,000 vehicles per day onto McIntyre north of 44th, approximately. As a 4-lane arterial road, one would say that McIntyre could handle up to 30,000 vehicles per day. I mean, that's kind of a planning level number that we often use when we do transportation planning kinds of studies. Let me talk about 44th Avenue. And between McIntyre and Cabela Drive or Holman, that road today is carrying roughly 6,000 vehicles per day, okay? We could add about 1,500 to it, okay? There's going to be impact, clearly. We've got the road coming from the site, and it's connecting up to 44th Avenue. So we're adding traffic to that. As a 2-lane road, most transportation planners would say 2-lane roads can serve 12 to 15,000 vehicles per day. So we're not putting it over the edge, if you will, by any means. The intersection of 44th and Cabela Drive will be signalized. Okay, and our calculations based on the projections, the 20-year projections that we've developed are showing that it would function at a level of service C. I want to point out, too, that as we were going through all of these processes in the past related to the new interchange onto Highway 58 and whether Cabela Drive should connect to 44th or not, CDOT was very outspoken and said, oh no, if we're going to put a new interchange out there, it's going to connect. We're going to want to connect. We're not going to want to make it an exclusive interchange for just one side of the road. So CDOT did kind of force the hand on that a little bit with respect to connecting up to 44th Avenue. The other item has to do with just the density increase and the improvements. Again, the real measuring stick here is how we're going to be functioning at Youngfield and 32nd. That is the most challenging intersection in the area. And we're adding traffic, no doubt about it. We're adding traffic. And when you look at existing peak hour traffic flowing through that intersection today, and you look at the projections that we'd be adding, the numbers are going to go up 20 to 25% when you just kind of add up totals. Again, there's a lot of capacity improvements coming to the area, and the capacity increase that we're putting into that intersection far exceeds the demand increase that we're putting into that intersection. So we're mitigating this, okay, and that's with the new numbers. I want to make another point about the increased density, because I think it's easy to just look at the square footage and not fully appreciate the kind of square footage we're talking about. We're not talking about an increase of pure retail. I mean, over half of the increase in density we assume to be office space. That's in the Coors parcels north of the creek. Well, office, on a per 1,000 square foot basis, office uses generate about a fourth as much daily traffic as retail does. So we're adding square footage, but we're not adding the same intensity, trip-making types of square footage north of the creek. You know, the staff report also mentions that the parcels north of the creek could go to light industrial uses or warehousing. Well, those are uses that generate half as much as office. So, I mean, we just need to kind of keep that in mind, that it's not a pure increase of additional retail. There's less generating uses that are being incorporated into the plan. Okay, any other questions?
No, thank you.
On behalf of the Cabela's team, we thank you very much for your time and attention to this ODP presentation, and we ask for your favorable recommendation to the City Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you close the public hearing, I just have a couple of questions on uses that the city attorney may want to keep it open. Just there may be dialogue that occurs, so
Okay,
we can do.
okay.
The record's still open until the chairman closes it. If you have questions for Meredith, now would be the time before he closes it and you start deliberating.
I would like to talk a little bit about the proposed uses. By far, most of them I have no problems with. There are a couple that I do have some questions and some concerns on. First of all, just to clarify, when it says that a use is allowed, I assume that means it's a use by right. Is that correct? And that there's no, at this current stage, there's no uses that require a special use permit or a conditional use permit. Is that correct? It's either a use by right or it's excluded. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Caretaker residence, Lot 5 and Lot 7. Right, no residential is proposed anywhere on this development, but for some reason, on Lot 5 and Lot 7, you're proposing a caretaker's residence as a use by right. Can you explain that? Those discussions, where that came from, or is that better
I would
for the
defer to the
applicant?
applicant on that.
Let me start with trying to answer your question. On Lot 7, that is a piece of property controlled by Coors, and at this stage, they have not made a decision on the use, but you can tell in the allowed uses, it is probably a very light use, either office, but it could have some other improvements in that location. As an example, you could have some not campground, but some outdoor activities or whatnot, and so you'd need the ability to have somebody to take care of that.
Okay. What about Lot 5?
Lot 5 would only be there in the event that any of these out parcels might need that type of a use. You could have a small caretaker use that might be attached to one of those out parcels that might evolve from the subdivision of Lot 5 in the future.
Okay. Down under the notes, under the use table, we talk about, again, this goes back to the overnight parking of vehicles, and we say that exclusion of Lot 5, right? Traditionally, Walmart allows RVs to be parked overnight. But then we have another note that says, overnight parking is also permitted on Lot 7 as it relates to outdoor activities such as camping. Was that in the current ODP, or is that a new change? Do you know?
I believe that's an additional item. Additional? I believe it is, Meredith.
Nowhere in the use table is it reference camping or campgrounds a use. So I'm just wondering what's kind of going on with that. Is there, I guess, is there a campground being proposed? Do we know more details?
We really can't offer you any more details than what Coors would be able to bring, and we could certainly get a response from Coors. This is their property, and they have the vision for what they intend to do there.
I mean, we can have follow-up in our discussion time, but if anything, I would like to maybe possibly get excluded, but you can also allow it as some type of special use permit where it still needs additional oversight by Planning Commission, City Council, if that's the direction. But that was the question I had. And then further down near the end, 3 up from the bottom, we have our gas station / travel center. Is travel center defined in the city's code anywhere?
I don't believe it is.
When I hear the term travel center, I think of Travel Centers of America, which is a truck stop. Do you want to address that as the applicant, what you're thinking about that? I guess I have if that is the intent, I have some concerns with that.
Sure. A travel center, as we have seen them be developed around us in the country, all around the country, are for pedestrian cars only. So it's just, it's a general refueling station for cars with probably a detached car wash and a small convenience store, and probably covered services for pumps, probably 15, 20, 25 pumps.
Would the applicant have a opinion either way if we put under the exclusives or prohibited uses truck stops for this site?
We have never envisioned a truck stop as a part of this development.
So you would have no objection if that was included? Okay.
No.
And then another use that it's not really explicitly stated on here, but I personally don't have a preference for them, are those handheld car washes, right? The ones you drive up and you do the vehicle wash yourself. Again, we can talk about it as a commission, but those typically don't employ many people and don't provide city revenue, and they tend to not to be the most attractive. So I would, for attempt, recommend a prohibition on that type. Again, as an accessory to a gas station, I think that's appropriate. Perhaps some of the drive-through ones that are full service might be appropriate. Would you all have a problem with that if that was an excluded use?
No.
Okay. And then on the, we have one use here for processing, assembly, light industrial operations, which is mostly in the lot 9 and 10, right, which is up by 58, which are going to be those industrial uses potentially. But then we also have the warehouse, and that's a lot on lot 8. And lot 8's not that large, and the majority of it is in floodplain. Is there a reason why that, I guess that warehouse was allowed to go on the other side of the creek there?
Quite honestly, I'm not sure. I guess I didn't remember that Lot 8 had that. But the staff's recommendation, we add the condition of not straight warehousing, but with an office use. But I do question Lot 8. Dennis, do you?
And I've got to be honest with you, last time we talked with Coors about Lot 8, their intent and purpose for using Lot 8 is just access to their ponds. They really don't see development occurring on Lot 8. So I would say that's certainly something we could clean up.
Warehouse only so long as it has office.
It does say with a primary office use, but again, you start that industrial encroachment, and I just didn't know how far.
And if that, maybe we need to clarify that with Coors and make sure. Seems pretty small.
You'd think. And then I have one more question on the use table. On outdoor storage, again, it says it's screened, which is fine, accessory to primary use allowed on lots 1 and 5, which is your site and also the potential Walmart site, right? When outdoor storage, there's no limitation on the size or acreage of what that looks like other than it's screened. What do you envision for that?
Let me see if I can speak to Cabela's so you get a feel for that. We anticipate to be able to offer for sale boats and ATVs. So we will have an area where those products will come to us shrink wrapped, and we need to keep them in a protected area. So we build a screened area that we could house 40 to 50 boats. And then that screened area would be where we would take the the new inventory and then prep it before we sell it. So it's size-wise 80 feet wide by 120, 160 feet long.
And so you're primarily RVs and boats you're looking at?
For Walmart, I believe they might have some outdoor storage for some of their either garden functions or some of their storage of inventory, but most of that would be on the backside of their property.
Thank you.
Scott? Oh. George?
I'll just follow up on the, on the use table on the travel center / gas station. What I heard as a description sounded like a gas station to me. And so then I would ask if striking travel center from this would be acceptable. Yeah.
Oh, my God. We don't have it defined in the...
You know, I think if we could create the language that prohibits the truck stop, which we all agree we don't think is the proper use, I think that's the best definition we could arrive at.
But not taking out the travel center language. Maybe I didn't understand your definition, because, again, what I heard sounded very much like a gas station.
And I think the only thing I can respond to you with is gas stations have evolved over time, and travel centers today offer more. You might have a small restaurant function inside of that convenience center associated with a travel center that you may not have with a gas station. So you might have a situation where you pull in, you load your car up with the fuel, but then you go in and fuel yourself up, and you buy yourself a burger or a couple of burritos. That's a different animal than just a pure gas station.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff or applicant?
I don't have any more for the use table. I do have one for the bulk standards, though. And just to clarify, please, under the maximum floor area ratio for Lot 8, it says .0 FAR, which implies that no development or structures can occur, and again, there's setbacks, so that implies that development will occur. I just want to clarify that .0 is correct, and the intent is no structures will be built on Lot 8.
According to the information we have, 0 is...
0 is 0.
Yep.
Okay. And I have one final comment, and this is more of a, right, everyone agrees that this is in a prominent location, right, highly visible by their highways or residential neighborhoods and views to the west, right, that we enjoy. Under the design standards in the middle there, we have, and this is a lawyer's dream, right? On permissive and mandatory words. On number or letter E, four-sided architecture is encouraged for all new construction, as opposed to required. I'm just wondering why encouraged is in there rather than required. Why we would not want 360-degree architecture, considering the prominence of this location.
Yeah, applicant, yeah.
I'm asking just if there were conversations about that and
We did have conversations about that, and while we understand that the secondary facades aren't going to be as articulated with the transparency and the change of materials, we still want to see some of that on those secondary elevations. So
Just to add to that, I think the four-sided architecture is there in the design handbook for the smaller buildings, but not the three anchors. And the three anchors are reviewed for the site-specific approval process, and hopefully be comfortable that if it's not four-sided architecture, that it's handled in a different way, it's acceptable.
And I would agree, this is how we carried our conversations forward with Ken. As you look at the site, we always have to remind ourselves it's not a flat site. We've got 70 feet of fall across this site. And if, for an example, you looked at where Walmart might go, the backside of that building is completely buried. You'll never see it. Whereas the Cabela's store, you'll see it virtually no matter where you're coming from. So I agree with Ken. It should really be looked at the specific ODP level so that we can make sure that we give it the proper treatment at that time.
Steve?
Yeah, now we're ready to start deliberating.
I have one more. Were you going to ask the question, one of the conditions, or did you want to, why it was on here, or did?
On the staff report, right, for the conditions, and I believe it's condition number 3, that talks about turning off the lights 2 hours, right? The applicant proposed that. Staff's recommending to take that out. My question is why? My question is why?
We think it would be enforceable. We'd have to have somebody out there doing code enforcement at midnight. Some of the stores might stay open 24 hours, but we just think it is unenforceable.
Besides the enforceable, do you think it's a bad policy to have from a professional standpoint?
I mean, this is a highway commercial site that, you're dealing with national tenants. I can't imagine it. A lot of it is enforcement. I just can't imagine working with those tenants and gaining compliance.
Okay. But in this case, the applicant proposed it rather than the city proposing it, right? So it's a little bit different.
They proposed it in response to a preliminary staff comment.
Okay.
So it actually was a little bit of a back and forth between both parties. But at the end of the day, it's a stricter standard than we have anywhere else in the city on our most prominent retail commercial site in the city. So it just doesn't seem like competitively for this site that makes sense.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up to that.
Okay.
If we strike that requirement, is there some mechanism by which neighbors can advocate to have that modified in the future? In terms of, I mean, do we have? Yeah. Well, in terms of, say you have a neighbor who, after a year of living with a Best Buy sign lighting up their bedroom window from afar, they group together and decide they would like to advocate to have some sort of city requirement to have that enforced and shut off.
There wouldn't be a process for them to initiate a change in the ODP, but I think we should also, to some extent, think about where these impacts will be. I think there's one large box that's proposed towards adjacent to the residential. As has been noted, there's a significant grade change. They will not have signage on the back of that building, but to the extent that they did, their loading trucks would see the sign. So to me, that's the only building with a sign that would have significant orientation towards residential.
Okay.
Again, which is the signs that they're going to want to be on at night, the signs that they're going to enter the highway. And frankly, that's a benefit to the city and to the project. We know what businesses are in that development.
Sure. Thanks. I just thought I'd ask a question. Thanks.
George? Scott? No.
I already asked this question, so I apologize for being repetitious. But Meredith, I just wanted to ask again a clarification on the design standard pattern book. Now, using this as a document moving forward, what would be the procedures for amendment to that? Would it be administrative? Would it be come back through this group?
I think there's maybe a couple different levels of that. If there were something, some development standard that wasn't working, that we didn't feel impacted the intent or the integrity of the requirement, we could probably do it administrative. If it was so far out of the realm of what we think the concept of the project entails, it would probably be an ODP amendment. Just like if you amended page 2 of this to allow whatever, it would have to come back as an ODP amendment. So there would be some discretion on staff and the applicant to work with what that would look like.
Scott?
I have one quick question. What is the relationship between the landmark ID sign and I-70? I'd kind of asked the question, what was the height difference? It's one thing to have, flat elevation and you have the sign, and it's one thing to be on I-70 and then you have that 50-foot sign. What is the, since there's no perspectives seeing, an elevation, seeing that, what is that relationship? Where does that sign fall in relationship to I-70, the height?
Well, we did some specific studies on that as we were looking at locations for these signs. At the north end of the site, where there's a proposed landmark ID sign, the grade differential between I-70 and the Cabela's finished floor is 5 feet. So if we were to build the pylon sign somewhere near where we are with our building, next to I-70, and it's 50 feet tall, it's going to be 45 feet above I-70. As you go to the south, the grade differences between the existing grades and the sites change dramatically. Up by the hook ramps, the grade differentials between I-70 and the adjacent properties are probably greater, probably 10, 12 feet, with the site being lower than 70.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, our...
Meredith, just a question. Can any of the businesses that move into here, besides the signage that we're seeing as documented, can there be other signs, and are we setting a precedence for a 50-foot sign?
Well, those of you who have been on Board of Adjustments know that really there should be no precedent. You should consider each situation with the specific parameters that you're looking at. They're limited to what they're proposing. They will be allowed wall signs, which includes shingles, you know what I mean, a shingle or something in the storefront, but essentially they will have to comply with what's being proposed. Now, there might not be a uniform look to all that wall signage. They might have their own corporate image they would want to use, but essentially they've got what is in the book.
Thank you.
Okay, are we finished and conclude the public hearing?
And I'd suggest that it's probably time to put a bow on the public hearing and the questions. So I'd suggest you close the public hearing, and now you're ready for deliberation and the discussion of the...
Okay, we will close the public hearing.
Thank you. Discussion of the conditions, et cetera, can take place as a part of your deliberative phase, which is commencing now.
Okay. Are there any discussion amongst the commissioners?
I heard a couple additional conditions from that end of the table, of the dais, yonder. I heard a couple additional conditions that I did not write down, but they were with regards to use.
Yeah, I'm just thinking regarding the uses. One is the add to the prohibition. Only uses are prohibited. Add truck stops and self-service car washes would be one that I would add to the prohibitions. We probably should have further discussion on this camping and caretakers' residence for lots 5 and 7. I think that warrants a little discussion to see the direction that the Planning Commission would like to take on that.
George?
I just have a condition to add.
Mr. Chairman, one way to do it might be to take a motion, and then you can amend the motion on individual conditions and kind of knock them off one at a time. And I think there's a recommended motion. You can get that pending, and then you can start taking amendments on all the various conditions you want to add or change.
Okay. Are there any motions on any conditions that you'd like to add or change?
I just to go back to that camping thing, again, I don't want to allow that as a use by right, I guess. I do have a concern with that. So I may be okay with going that special, what's the exact terminology that the city uses for those type of special use permits or conditional use permits? Especially, and that requires review by Planning Commission and approval by City Council?
It starts as a staff review, and there's a objection, formal objection, and
So it bypasses Planning Commission, either way? Unless that's specifically written in here. Just because, right, they may be allowed in certain cases, they may not, depending on the specifics of the use, and I do have some concerns about just opening up, I guess, 100%, since there's just a lot of unknown and some externalities that could be associated with that. Thoughts?
What are your concerns about that? My concerns are it's kind of difficult for a retailer to monitor people that might be sleeping in their parking lot, and Walmart has had the history of allowing RV parking and overnight parking in their parking lots for years. So is there a crime issue or something like that associated with that?
My issue isn't so much with the RVs for Walmart. My issue is more with what the caretaker's residence needs to be, I guess. I don't look at the overnight parking of RVs the same as a caretaker's residence, I guess. I look at that as a caretaker's residence is someone, right, who's employed to live on the site versus someone who's traveling cross-country, needs a parking lot to stay at. So I think that the caretakers, I've never heard of a Walmart having a caretaker's residence, so that's what concerns me a little bit. And Lot 7, again, it seems like there's something kind of planned for it, and this kind of sets the stage for it without knowing the details. It just concerns me a little bit, like it needs additional oversight perhaps. So personally, I don't have an issue with Walmart allowing RVs overnight, but I do have an issue with a caretaker's residence in Lots 5 and 7, and at a minimum would like to see it at a special use permit.
All right, any comments on that?
Well, I tend to agree with that, and at least as it sounds like on Lot 7, there's maybe some things going on, but we don't have anyone to speak to that right now. So, at least because of that, I would probably agree to making it a special use, unless there's some discussion or explanation on what it is.
You want to move to add that as a condition?
Yes, I will move to add that as a...
Mr. Chairman, you really don't even have a main motion to amend yet. And what I was really trying to suggest, and I could be wrong, and I don't attend all your meetings, but procedurally, there's probably half a dozen sort of little fixes that you want to make. So there's two ways to do that. One is to try to have discussion and get everybody all on the same page on each little fix and then make a big motion. The other way that might be easier is you take the motion on page 12 of the staff report, you make that motion, even though it's not perfect, somebody seconds that, and then somebody starts making amendments to that motion on topics that, and so you can do the minor surgery on the motion once it's in front of you. But it's kind of tough to take a motion amending the thing before you've got a motion in front of you. That's what I'd suggest. It's commonly done. City Council does it all the time, especially for a complicated project like this. At least get the thing pending, and then feel free to peel off Condition 6 and change it to 7. You can do that by little amendments.
Okay.
It's my suggestion.
Make the motion?
I'll be glad to start a motion, as messy as it may get, all right? All right. So I move to recommend approval of case WZ-11-01, a request for approval of planned commercial development, PCD zoning, on property being considered for annexation at 4105 Youngfield Service Road, and that a PCD concept outline development plan, including the design pattern book on property located at 4000 Cabela Drive and 4105 Youngfield Service Road, for the following reasons. Number one, that the TMAC parcel located at 4150 Youngfield Service Road is under consideration for annexation, and zoning must be approved within 90 days. Number two, extension of the PCD zoning and development to the north is a logical use for the property while protecting the open space area currently located in the Clear Creek corridor. Number three, the request is consistent with both the 3-mile plan and the envisioned Wheat Ridge. Number four, many of the infrastructure improvements are already constructed. Number 5, there will be economic and recreational benefits from the development. Number 6, the proposed uses are compatible with commercial uses in the vicinity. Number 7, all requirements for a concept ODP have been met with the following conditions. Number 1, comments generated by the City Parks, Open Space, and Forestry Supervisor be incorporated in the design pattern book. Number 2, the applicant shall supplement or modify the Wheat Ridge Cabela's traffic impact analysis update dated February 23, 2011, to sufficiently address the Public Works Department comments and requests. The Public Works Department must approve the final document prior to the hearing on the ODP before the City Council. Number 3, all public infrastructure and improvements, including streetscape amenities and drainage facilities, be constructed prior to the certificate of occupancy. Number 4, on page 6-5 of the design pattern book, it be specified that the transparency requirements apply to buildings, not tenant spaces. Number 5, the following uses be added to the prohibited use list: truck stops and self-service car washes. Number 6, additional language be added to the design standard pattern book to clarify appropriate building locations for synthetic stucco and EIFS. Number 7, the following uses be added as a special use permit for Lot 7, camping or campground, and for Lots 5 and 7, caretaker's residence. And number 8, the following use be removed from Lot number 8, warehouse.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Been moved and seconded.
Now, amendments. I know that the staff had one amendment they wanted to suggest to one of the conditions, and that could be described, and then if one of the members of the commission could move that amendment, then there might be others, although it sounds like Mr. Timms has managed to incorporate a lot of the discussion, which is great. Ken, did you have?
Yeah, I'm glad to offer that. Again, this relates to condition number 4. The intent of condition number 4 is really to achieve the master plan development work from day 1 for the streets, for the public streets, so that Cabela Drive, 40th Avenue, and Bear Creek Drive, the 3 new public streets that we built, get fully built before any buildings are occupied. So landscaping, other streetscaping amenities that are defined with the plan. So we've talked with the applicant a little bit about clarifying that language, and we propose the following. That streetscape amenities on and immediately adjacent to Cabela Drive, 40th Avenue, and Bear Creek Drive, including landscaping and associated amenities, shall be installed prior to the first CO within the development.
Excuse me, Ken, your microphone is not
Turn your
on.
mic.
Thank you.
I'll skip the intent, but our recommended change to condition number 4, as drafted in the staff report, is that the following language: that streetscape amenities on and immediately adjacent to Cabela Drive, 40th Avenue, and Clear Creek Drive, including landscaping and associated amenities, shall be installed prior to the first CO certificate of occupancy within the development.
And I think you mean number 3, because he skipped number 3, so this would be number 3.
Okay, correct.
This would be
Yeah,
number 3.
he renumbered.
Steve has to approve.
Somebody want to move that amendment?
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to move for an amendment to condition 3 as read into the record by Mr. Johnstone.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion of it? Please poll the commission.
And that motion passes 7-0.
Are there any other discussion of the motion as amended on the table?
To add amendments? Yes, I would like to add an amendment that the plant list in the pattern book be modified to meet the criteria of the City of Wheat Ridge Streetscape Design Manual.
Is there a second?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion of that? Please poll the commission.
And that motion passes 7-0.
Did you get everything you wanted in the original motion? Anyone else?
What are we doing with the original number 3? The note regarding the requirement to turn off exterior.
I excluded that.
I know you did. I got that.
Personally, I mean, again, I understand that this is a prominent commercial, and we want to do what we can to encourage commercial, but at the same time, this is also a scenic gateway, right? We do have certainly an obligation to the residents in the area, to the community and the metro area as a whole, to protect the night sky, especially in our dry, semi-arid environments. So I don't believe that's a too harsh of a request, in my opinion.
So Ken had a strong argument that I thought in the fact that this is the most restrictive requirement on any other property that we have within the city, and where it's the most prominent and it's the most restrictive at the same time. Did that not sway you?
No.
Okay, I'm going to make an amendment. The note regarding the requirement to turn off exterior signage 2 hours after a store is closed be eliminated.
I'll second that amendment.
Okay. What are we doing here? Are we formally eliminating that?
No, we're amending the original motion to add it back in. Now we have to vote on that amendment.
Okay. Is there any discussion of that?
So an affirmative vote is to add that back in.
Okay.
Not add it back in, to remove the requirement.
Yeah.
To eliminate it.
To add in the condition that yes.
It's to restore the condition that the maker of the motion didn't include, so it would restore that restriction.
Okay. Any discussion? Poll the commission.
Well, and that motion passes with Thames, Dietrich, and Beckman voting opposed.
Okay. Any other motions? Should we move forward on the main motion then? Any discussions? Poll the commission.
And the motion passes 7-0.
Good. Thank you. Thank you all for coming and participating. It was a very good evening.
We still have
We still have
a few more
to do the continuance and the other items.
Should I make a motion to continue, or? I'd like to make a...
Okay. I don't mean to disrupt your conversations, but can you take them out in the hall? We still have probably another 10 minutes left. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I move to continue case number WZ-11-02, a request for approval of planned commercial development, PCD, specific outline development plan on lots 1.1, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 3, someone have, 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3 within the Clear Creek Crossing Concept Outline Development Plan to the April 7th, 2011 Planning Commission meeting for the following reasons. Item 1, reason 1, not all submittal requirements for a specific ODP have been met.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Poll.
I have some discussion real quick, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I won't be here that day, so I'm going to vote against. I would prefer to move it back to the second meeting of the April.
I won't be here either.
And so, but that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, so we suggested it be continued until the 7th,
Mm-hmm.
and the second meeting in April would be the 21st.
Right.
Applicants, do you want to do it Wednesday? Well,
There's, how many people are missing, going to be gone?
2 commissioners absent on that meeting.
I'd rather that you guys are here.
Yeah.
What is that?
What makes that a little bit difficult is we have
City Council.
first readings that we have read into the record and established the city council public hearings for the annexation and the 2 ODPs on the 25th of April, which means we'd have to have the city council staff report before the recommendation from city council.
Is there a precedence to move the planning commission by 1 week from the 7th to the 14th? Has there been a precedence? Oh, we lost Dick. We lost Dick if we go to the 14th. Never mind. No. Steve and I are not important.
It's not the end of the world.
No, it's not the end of the world, guys. Just everybody else has to show up to have a quorum, right?
Or we need to get another planning commissioner.
Yeah.
That's important.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
No, we had the second.
We had the second, yeah. Any further discussion?
You just voted.
Okay. Poll commission?
Okay, and the motion passes 6-1 with Tim's voting opposed.
Okay. Then we go into the other items, the 38th Avenue Corridor Plan Update, and we have 2 members of the Planning Commission that are on that task force. Did you make the meeting?
I did. More of the same. Let me just say that. More of the same. So, I mean, I was impressed by the contractor, the presenter. They had clearly looked at all our stuff. However, they hadn't gone into the neighborhoods. They hadn't really looked at our housing stock. The lady at my table was surprised that we had mid-century modern architecture, which was crazy. So I am hopeful, but it was honestly a rehash of what we had done. What did you think?
I thought there was some potential. I did ask Ms. Payne at the end. I know that you all worked and did some data collection and so forth on the streets and on the land uses, on the vacancies, and on the age of the stock. I did ask her to provide those for us in the future because some people like maps and graphics, and that's good data to have. So I did ask her if we could get that in our packet coming up. Again, not to have a formal study session with her necessarily, but just to have that data available that we can take a look at. So.
And we have a study session coming up to more formally update the Planning Commission here, I think later in April, so we can certainly cover that.
For it not to be April 9th or that.
So are you expecting a good turnout at the open house?
At which open house?
Did it already occur? Did it?
Oh, the open house, yeah, we had a great turnout. We had about 70 people, not counting consultants and staff.
Okay. So it was good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, honestly, I was impressed by the presentation. I liked, I was just surprised by some of the things I heard. They had looked at all the data and all the reports, but they hadn't gone into the neighborhood. That's what was sort of surprising to me. So, more of the same.
Ken, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I appreciate the comments, and just for your understanding of where we're at in the process. We were really in a listening mode so far, and the consultant has, I think, their reconnaissance and the research has not been as field oriented yet as perhaps as it needs to be. So, point well taken, and we'll make sure that gets worked through more thoroughly.
I was actually going to call her and invite her,
Right.
and give her a walk through, different areas of town, them as a group, just to give them a sense of how diverse this city is. I mean, it really is quite diverse.
Right.
From end to end. I mean, they really had no idea the mansions that we have on the west end, and they hadn't gone into the neighborhoods and understood that the houses on the District 1 and District 2 were built in the 40s, 50s, and early 60s.
Right.
So it was interesting. That might be a youth thing.
And that takes us to election of officers. Yes. We need to do that. Do you have cards for that?
So everybody needs to, yes, we have ballots. So what the protocol is you don't really nominate, you just write down who you think should be the vice chair first. And then we'll select them.
And just for the record,
So you want to be chair first? I try chair first.
the chair can't succeed themselves, and the vice chair can't succeed themselves, but the chair could become vice chair, and the vice chair could become chair, right?
So we'll do chair first.
That would make it easy, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And for the record, it could also go completely a different way, too. Yeah, exactly.
This is for chair?
Chair for chair.
Almost.
Yeah, I was fine. Fine. How about you? Are you? Yeah.
Really? What are they up to? Because, it's all right.
Oh, I better keep tally here. I'll keep tally.
Another one for Alan? I think he's the only Alan in the room.
Yeah.
Let's see, we've got one for George Pond. We've got another one for Alan. Another Alan.
I think that's a majority.
One for Steve.
Hey, Steve.
And another Alan. So the vote was 5-2, 5 for Alan.
Okay, Alan is chair.
Whoever those two of you are, you know who you are. Oh no, you're still chair until the end of this meeting, Mr. Matthews.
And it is a very scientific method. But the best. I was just ready to go home. And I was like, oh no. Okay, here you go. So this is for vice. Here. You must have probably really
There you go.
I don't know, I was just out of my mind or something. I don't know.
All right. We got one for George.
Oh.
So worried about it. One for Ann. Another for George. Another. This one says Pond. I assume that's for George. Steve. Another Steve. So one Steve, a George, and a George. So.
Oh. Congratulations.
So is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Seconded.
It's unanimous to adjourn.
Well, congratulations.